Good morning for the final round of the Babygrande DC Classic from the nation's capital. 72 golfers have battled over 36 holes under sweltering heat, and to date will have to overcome maybe another element, rain. We're hoping that it stays away, but heavy storms overnight and a chance of showers at times today. Players will have to decide on a risk-reward system that could vault someone to the top or crumble the championship hopes of a competitor. Jason Wu is your boys leader at 15 under par as this senior looks to go wire to wire after carding a 66 yesterday. While holding off several foes who hope to chase him down, Errol Shaw inked his name in the record books yesterday with an 11 under par 61 to tie the lowest 18-hole record in AJGA history. Shaw sits one shot off the lead. Trey Treadwell went 6 under on the front nine to lead to a 9 under 63 to move into third. Jagger Payne, Finn Watson, and Ethan Butters all sit at 12 under, hoping to make a surge to the top. For the ladies, it's one of the youngest golfers in the entire field at the top in Aaliyah Shields Rodope, who was 11 under par and only 6 shots from tying the girls' 54-hole record. Rodope carded 6 birdies and a double bogey to open a 3-stroke lead over Rihanna Gunaratne, Kate Roberts, and Isabel Liu. Gunaratne and Liu bettered their round one score by 2 strokes with a 5 under 67, while Roberts turned in back-to-back 68s. Mia Melendez carded a low round on moving day with a 6 under 66 to move into 5th place. Birdies awaiting and possibly even record-breaking rounds are looming in the balance. We'll head out onto the course for the final round coverage of the Babygrande DC Classic right after this. Back here in the nation's capital in the Babygrande Golf DC Classic. Final round coverage here this morning as we have 2 groups yet to go off on hole number 1. Again, a shotgun start again this morning. We had Tuesday and Wednesday due to severe heat, but we've been really fortunate today. It's still muggy, but not as miserable. Okay, over to number 11. We'll go quickly out onto the course. Par 3 and a chip and a roll up to the pin. That's a really good looking shot. Just needed to grab a little bit of the cup through, but certainly leaving a little bit to do for a par putt, but a nice up and down from there. Looking at our leader from yesterday, Jason Wu, he was 9 under after day 1. turned in a 66 6-under par yesterday. He was bogey free on the front 9, bogeys at or pars on every hole with the exception of birdies at 2, 3, 6, and 7. He had 3 birdies on the back, 12, 13, and 16, and the lone bogey coming on the 15th hole. So he is your leader. He's been wire to wire, had to battle through some people that was kind of making a charge at him yesterday, but was able to come up and was able to come back at him and was able to get going from there. The man who kind of set the course on fire yesterday was Errol Shaw. I just spoke with him just a few moments ago. He was over on the putting green working, and I wanted to first again congratulate him on a phenomenal round that he had yesterday, and it was one to watch. He started off on the 10th hole, as the lead group did yesterday. Birdied 10, had birdies at 16 and 17, made the turn at 3 under on the round, and then really got things going on his back 9, which was the front 9 of the golf course, with birdies at 2 and 3. He eagled 5, birdied 6, eagled 7, and then on the 9th hole, his 18th hole of the tournament round yesterday, he sunk about a 12-foot putt with a big fist pump to put his name in the record books, as he is now one of 5 golfers in AJGA history that have marked 11 under rounds. Last year, the champion, Michael Lee, he went wire to wire here, rewrote the record books with a 26 under par 3-day total, including a 61 on the final round. He, along with Shaw, Nolan Hayes, who did it in 2022 at the Justin Thomas tournament, Zach Polo in 2021 at the Junior Open at the Bridges, and Colin Kober in 2013 at the Junior All-Star at Gray Plantation. So some big company that Shaw puts his name in there with, and we're getting ready to head over to number 1 as we've got some of our leaders to go off here. This is our 8:40 tee time. This is AJGA Payne out of Canada. 12 under par, 65-67 yesterday for Payne. And now Finn Watson out of Arlington, Virginia. In the first hole, 360 yards, pretty much straight away again, as we've talked about it throughout this event. That one tree there with the foliage kind of gone up at the top, that's where you want to stay away from. So either down the middle or off to the left, that's your aiming point. Ethan Butters now from Chandler, Arizona will tee off. All of these golfers here at 12 under par and a tie for 4th. Butters went 66 in both rounds. And all 3 golfers seeming like what they see. So our next to last group is off on hole number 1. Now let's go over to hole number 10. This is the par 4, 311-yard golf or hole. This is Haishou Cao out of China. Excuse me, no, that was Mihir Roperia. Excuse me, Cao had already teed off. Now this is Owen Newberry out of Crofton, Maryland. And a good shot there for him. Again, players will try to go at this green off of the tee box at 10. So looking at the 10th hole yesterday, 3.38 was its average. It was the easiest hole on the golf course. Gave up 5 eagles, 25 birdies, 15 pars on Tuesday in the opening round. Third easiest hole. No eagles, but 19 birdies. Over to the 7th. Drivable par 4, 308 yards. And you'll see a lot of golfers that will try to go at this one. Now, the issue you run into is if you get wide right, you've got that big bunker off to the right side there. This is our 7:20 tee time this morning, and this is Luis Geraldo Villegas. He lost that one left. Over to number 12 now. Par 5, 499 yards for the boys.
Jacob does not have an SD card. Do you want him to get one? No.
We're watching this tee off. Let's talk about our ladies leaderboard. Aaliyah Shields Rodapay, out of Canada, lives in Conroe, Texas. One of the youngest players in the entire field, of a class of 2028. And all this young lady has done is come in here and put herself in a position to chase down history. A 65 on day one for the lead. She comes back with a 68 yesterday. And the only blemish to her card, she had a double bogey at 14. But 3 birdies on each side of the round yesterday for Rodapay. Rihanna Gunaratne out of Pennsylvania sits in a 3-way tie with Kate Roberts, Isabel Liu at 8 under par. Gunaratne and Liu yesterday go 67. Roberts has gone back-to-back 68s. They're in a tie for second. Mia Melendez made a surge yesterday after shooting an opening around 71. She fires a 6 under 66 yesterday to get herself into a sole position of 5th place. So we got to the 15th hole. This is from our Sky Cam. We had a couple of groups that got off this morning that we did not get. Here we go. I found it now. 7:30 grouping off of here. This is Teddy Wilson, Henry Bolster, and Shenyex Yang. Wilson, the one spotting his ball there, he's on the dance floor, as is Henry Bolster. So Yang is going to be chipping from off the green. For the boys yesterday, 15, playing over par, third hardest hole on the golf course, gave up only 3 birdies yesterday. A very nice chip there and just releases a little bit. And I will say, to me, that's a little, I would not think that would did after the rain that we got yesterday evening. Now, I don't know how much they got here at the course, but it's very evident. You can see around the golf course this morning, there are puddles on the cart paths and stuff. There were some puddles in some of the bunkers, but hat tip to the golf course crew here that has taken care of this all week long. It has been phenomenal. Just all the work that they have done this week has been great to keep this course in pristine condition for these kids, and they've been putting on a show, to say the least. But I would have thought the greens might have softened up a little bit. We had some brutal heat starting on Sunday when we arrived, and the qualifying round on Sunday, and then on Monday was the junior AM practice rounds on both of those days for the field. First day of the tournament, we were up in the 100s. Also there in the real field yesterday, pushed up around 96, 97 yesterday. Not as much wind yesterday, a lot of wind on Tuesday. This morning, just a slight breeze, but much more kind of seasonable conditions to where you don't feel like you're going to melt out in the sun. Here's a very long lag putt that's coming up, and that is a beautiful putt from that distance. Okay, over to the hole number 3. This is our leader. Leah Shields Rotope with a chip shot from off the green, and she's got that one rolling up nicely to the cup, so she'll be able to go with that one probably for what should be a birdie attempt, assuming that ball is down at the front edge of the green. Rotope playing in the group with Gunaratne and Kate Roberts today. Getting ready to head over to the first tee here in just a moment with our next group to tee off of our leaders. So that was the chip shot of Gunaratne. Now Kate Roberts walking up to the green, and she'll have a chip shot from the rough. Gunaratne is going to go ahead and tap in for her par, or which could be a birdie over there at the par 5. So now Roberts from the heavy stuff just off the fringe. Not a lot of green to work with. Don't want to get too fancy with it. And it flew out on her really hard. So she'll have a little bit coming back. That's one of the things when you work from the heavy stuff. Sometimes you get a flyer, and the ball just jumps off the club face. Okay, over to the first hole and our final grouping now. So this is your leader, Jason Wu. Wu at 15 under par for the 2-day round. Wu with a birdie on round 1. He parred it yesterday. He booms this one up the right-hand side, wanting it to come back in. Seems to be okay with that. So our leader is away, and now the man who put his name in the record books yesterday, Errol Shah out of Melbourne, Australia. He lives in India. I talked with him just a little while ago and said, is this the first time on the course? He said, yeah. He said he played his practice rounds here Sunday and Monday, and yesterday really got things rolling. Was 69, 300 par after the first day. But he got things rolling yesterday and just tore the course up. Shaw fires this one up the right-hand side, trying to bend it back in. He seems pleased. And now Trey Treadwell. Treadwell yesterday just kind of hung around and let everything kind of come to him. And all of a sudden, he was down 5th, 6th, and then signs his scorecard and bam, in a sole possession of 3rd place out of Omaha, Nebraska. Par on round 2 yesterday, a par on the first round as well. Shot a 6 under on the front 9 yesterday. Watching that one down that right side as well, and that looks to be nicely placed. So all our leaders are away. So all of our golfers are now out on the golf course. And over to 9 now. Very different looking pin placement on hole number 9 today. Up in that far right corner. 21 paces on, 9 paces from the right edge. And that brings that back edge of this green into play. And that's something we didn't see yesterday. We did on round 1. The ball sailed over the green and then landed either on the cart path or up against the fence that goes between the golf course and over to the clubhouse. So did not have any of that yesterday, but you have to think with that pin placement, if someone tries to go pin hunting, it might be, you get a flyer and it gets away from you. The thing off of the tee, most of these balls are going to be flying up to where they're going to be hitting knockdown wedges, maybe a 3/4 60 to try to fly it in. The good part is that you're flying into a green that is going to play uphill, so you can throw it under the hole. But if you spin it a lot, you're going to draw all the way back down the hole, and you're going to have a tremendous putt going up the hill. So this is our group at 1. This was our first group this morning of Galen Foles, Tong Si, and Kurt Rivers. So our 7 o'clock group has made the turn in an hour and 52 minutes. And that's what this golf course gives you the options of doing. Is it's very flat, very straight. So you can get things moving fairly quickly. So they'll head over to the first hole to make their turn. Our group is already coming up number 9. Okay, over to the 17th hole. This is probably our first group off this morning. Let's see here. I'm trying to identify again. We get pictures from the AJGA workers, and they do a phenomenal job. I can't thank them enough for everything they've done this week. Adams Cohen and will be over to join us in just a little while. And then we're going to try to grab today our tournament director of Thomas Harrison. He was super busy yesterday, and he wanted to come over, just did not. I mean, there were some crazy things going on yesterday, so totally understand everything that he had to work through. And again, we'll try to work him in sometime today. I believe this is our first group. We had a couple of groups we did not get pictures of this morning. Which hole? I'm sorry. This is hole 4. This is the par 3, 169 yard. This is our lead group. So this will be Kate Roberts out of Phoenixville, Pennsylvania. 68 both days. We got one stuck up there on the pin, one at the front edge of the green, and then couldn't tell our cameraman. He's got a really difficult shot there trying to spin all the way around to get that. He's up in the air 27 feet and standing on a bucket. So now Aaliyah Shields Rodope. Again, we will get you the scores as they post them. That's the thing that we.
Stream is looks completely fine. So yeah, Rachel, for Rachel. Yeah, I mean, you.
So our lead group for our ladies is away at the par 3 4th. And we got one down in the bunker and 2 on the green. One stuck up there nice and tight. And talking about the bunkers, like I said yesterday, we had some heavy rains last night, but every day the group here, they've gone into the bunkers, they've raked them heavily, then they do a nice leaf rake with them, fluff them up, and does a really good job. So and a nice putt there at 17. '17, the longest hole on the golf course, playing 563 yards, a par 5. Yesterday for the boys, played as the 3rd hardest hole on the golf course. Only 3 birdies. Okay, over to 10. This is our first group this morning of Galen Foles, Tong Si and Kurt Rivers. Rivers played in the grouping yesterday with Jagger, Payne, and Shaw. Again, you're looking down the fairway there, waiting for those second shots to go into the green, and then they'll tee off. And that's something when you look at of the drivable par fours here, 291 yards on hole number 5, 308 on hole 7, only 356 on 9. So you can, like I said, you're going to hit short wedges in. Then hole 10, 311. All right, so let's jump over to hole 4 now. So this is Rudipe in the bunker. So this is your leader for the ladies. Looks to have a fairly flat lie there and a little bit of green to work with. The pin 10 paces on, 5 from the right edge. Really good shot there. Got the check on the fringe and runs it just about 3.5 feet past. So she'll have to work that one in for a par save and a sand save at that, but a really good bunker shot there by our leader, Schultz Rodepe. We'll see if looks like it's going to be Gunaratne that's going to have the long putt coming up the hill, and Kate Roberts stuck one in there tight, and both of these will be for birdie. Starting to pick up some light precipitation at the golf course. Funny, there's nothing on the radar. That's the best part about weather. So here's Rihanna Gunaratne out of Plymouth Meeting, Pennsylvania, 69-67, her opening 2 rounds. This for birdie. Rolls this one up. That's a good-looking roll, and it's got to go, and it will. Gunaratne with a long birdie putt at the 4th. Snakes that one in to drop into possibly a tie for the lead. Here's a replay. Perfectly read. Got the bend from the left to the right and just in the front edge of the cup. So Rihanna Gunaratne putting some pressure on our leader as Aaliyah Shields Rudipe needs this putt for par. And then Kate Roberts awaits to be able to go for a birdie putt. Gunaratne back-to-back-to-back birdies on 2, 3, and 4 now. So that puts her at least in a tie for the lead. And a nice par putt there and a sand save for Shields Rudipe. She has only updated her scorecard through the first, so we don't know what she did on 2 and 3, but if everything's still the same, she's at least in a tie. If she had any bogeys there, Gunaratne is your new leader. Now Kate Roberts at 8 under par. She has not updated anything this morning. So this is a birdie putt here off of her tee shot in there 5 feet from it. And a beautiful roll there by Kate Roberts for a birdie. So 2 of the 3 of our lead group for the ladies card a birdie at 4. Now over to the 18th hole. And a very tough pin position today on 18 as that one just rolls underneath the cup. They total different location for 18 than what we've had the first 2 days. Everything had been over on the far left-hand side, front and back. Today they have it over on the right-hand side, which brings that big bunker that's off to the right-hand side into play. 16 paces on from the front edge, 5 off the right. A nice roll there. Okay, over to the 12th. This is our 8:30 tee time this morning, and this is Will Kaufman. Chip shot there, got the nice hop, and it'll roll through, but we'll leave him a little bit of work to do coming back. Charles McPherson now out of Durham, North Carolina, putting from off the green. Great roll there, just over top of the hole. This is at 15. This is right underneath our tower cam. A chip shot over to the green. You can see where that pin placement totally different than our first 2 days, as it's stuck back there in that back corner, and it's going to bring in the opportunities of that bunker being in play as well. All right, back over to 12. So this is Ryan Hoffner. Good roll, good looking putt, and in the bottom of the cup. Now Will Kaufman trying to finish off his run here after the chip shot. Again, down at the bottom of your screen, our live ticker. And then we'll keep you updated with the scoreboards on the left-hand side of your screen. And a very solid putt there by Will Kaufman out of Palmetto, Georgia. So now Charles McPherson, after the putt off of the green, will have this left to finish out. And he gets a nice roll there at 12. All right, so we've got a search for a golf ball over on the 17th hole. Again, this is an issue to where if you lose a ball off of the tee, once you arrive at the location of where you think the said ball was, you have 3 minutes to locate said ball. If you cannot find the lost ball, then you must return to the tee box, re-tee, and assess a one-stroke penalty. So they got a small cavalry over there chopping through the heavy weeds on 17, the 563-yard par 5. Okay, over to 9 now. And a solid roll in there. This is our 720 grouping. Trying to see. This is Villegas. That's off the green. And Patrick Carl is lining up his putt, senior out of Mount Airy, Maryland. 73-71 his first 2 rounds. Should have a pretty good line here because the putt just before him was almost the same exact line there as Nathan Smith. Pretty much gave him a good roll. Just slides that one past the left edge. So he'll tap that in. What should be a par. Again, 9 plays 356, so usually probably between 280 and 300 you're going to see most of these youngsters go. So now Villegas with the tap in, and he closes his front 9 out with a tap in there. Over to the 4th. Trying to get that one up the hill, needs it to go, and it doesn't make it there. This is our 820 group. That was Josiah Wang, Aiden Tudor, and Colton Woosley in this group. This is Aiden Tudor lining up a putt. Looks like just about a 2-footer that he'll work with. The lefty. Great look here over top of his golf stroke. He firms it right in the back of the jar. So now Colton Woosley out of Crestwood, out of South Oldham High School, back in our neck of the woods in the bluegrass state of Kentucky. My crew and I base out of near Ashland, Kentucky. And he taps that one in there at the 4th. Okay, over to hole number 1. Now this is some of the groups that teed off at 10 making their turn. This is going to be, should be our 7:10 tee time of Aiden Danini, Alex G, and Jacob Kwan. Or Kian, excuse me. All right, over to 15. This is our lone lefty for the ladies. Andy Greenberg in the 8 o'clock pairing this morning. 15 playing 162 for the ladies. This is on that back turn there from the back edge of the golf course that turns and starts its trek back toward the Washington Monument. Greenberg, 71 day 1. She went 75 yesterday, and her shot misses off to the right side of the green. So she'll have some up and down that she'll have to work on there. Still have not had any updates on the boys leaders. Still showing that they have waiting to tee off, so we'll try to keep you up to date on those as we have scores available. And so one more to tee off out at 15 in the group of Ruhan Kendria Wang and Rianne Lee, along with Greenberg. This is Rian Lee, 74-73, her 2 rounds. She missed off to the right side of the green. We've got one ball there. It is right on the edge of the cart path. So Greenberg off to the right. Lee misses right. Wang is on the dance floor. 17 with a chip shot. Over on the par 5. And then another approach shot coming in here. This should be 3rd shots. Good look there at the pin on the right-hand side and sticks it in there nice and tight. Nice shot there at 17. Okay, over to 12 now. 12 playing 499 yards is a par 5. Little bender toward the hole. If it'll go, it just misses. What a great roll there. Just could not get it to hold. This is Haishu Kao out of China, class of 2027, 71-70, his 2 rounds. Snakes that one down the hole and needed to go. Okay, over to 15 now. This is Rian Lee. Missing it right there at the cart path. She'll have a little bit of green to work with on this one. (15) playing 19 paces on and 7 from the left edge. Flies it up, a really good roll, and that's a great chip shot from right there. So Lee will have pretty much a tap in for par. Now Andy Greenberg has plenty of green in front of her to work with. Fires it up there, gets the roll out, and this is going to play beautiful as well. 2 beautiful chip shots here at 15 from the ladies. Rian Lee first. Andy Greenberg says, I can match. And now Keehan Kendria Wang, she'll have a birdie putt lined up down here at the bottom. Wang 75-69 yesterday. One under for the round and for the tournament. Had pars at 15 all the first 2 days. Trying to get her a birdie here on this one. Wang hails from Canada, lives in Bellevue, Washington. Good looking roll, needs to bend and go, and it just comes up a tad short. So she'll have that to finish out for her par. She'll go ahead and finish, then Greenberg will be right in between her feet. And then Lee will have the longest of the 3. So Greenberg will go ahead and tap out. And about a 2-footer here, just solid straight to the hole. That's something we've noticed through the putting this week is not a lot of bends to them. It's been pretty much read your break and play edge to edge of the hole. You don't have to go too much outside the hole, but the greens have rolled pretty true throughout much of the week. Greenberg puts that one in off the left edge. So now Rian Lee to close out a group par here on the 15th, playing 162 today for the ladies. And she puts that one in with ease. So pars for the ladies there out of the A, the clock group. Back to the ninth. A beautiful shot there as it goes all the way up to the pin. There we go. Keep going. Keep going. There's your pin. It's the second ball up. It's the closer of the two. Okay, back to 17. Huh? Okay. We'll had a camera issue out at 17. Back over to 9 here. This is our 7:30 group this morning of James Spallone, Mingy Zhang, and Savisachi Kandula. Spallone would like to get one back here. He had a remarkable shot yesterday over here right in front of us behind this bunker. And he launched one up and he gave himself a birdie run and then missed the backside and ended up three-putting it. So we've got a player off to the left chipping onto the green, and he gets that one way too quick, and there goes the ball across the surface. So he'll have a chip coming back. That was Jinron Jing. Or, no, excuse me. Meihing Zhang. All right, back to our lead group. So Gunaratne and Shields Rudipe showing in a tie for the lead. This is Rudipe with a chip and got that one to check up way more than she wanted to, and she's got a lot left to work with on that one. So there's Rihanna Gunaratne. She's 3 under through 4 holes today and has moved into a tie with Shields Rodope. Isabel Lewis 2 under today. She's 1 off of the pace. Macy Rasmussen is 2 under for the day, and she's 3 behind with Kate Roberts. And Roberts in that group has not posted any scores yet, so we don't know where she currently stands. Okay, over to 10. We got a player taking a drop here. Ten playing 311 yards. This is Henry Delzer out of Grand Black, Michigan. 69 on day one. Had a tough go yesterday of 76. Needs that one to trickle on and go, and it got too many hops there in the fringe, but not a bad shot from that location as he'll leave himself about an 8 to 9 footer coming back up. So now Zhen Wang out of Beijing, China, class of 2027. It's 72 on day one, 74 yesterday. This is the chip off of the putt off of the green, excuse me, of Delzer. Check that, my mistake. That was Kiwon Sun on that putt off the green. Now Wang lining up his putt. It was still a beautiful shot today, too. James Pelot just walked through, and He looked at us. He said, "I'm not going to three. I didn't three putt today. Coming off 9." And that's what I was saying. I said, "You had a great shot in there today too." That's the thing. That's the fun part about these events is you get the longer you go along, you start working around the kids and they get acclimated to where you are, what you're doing. First time that they've had a streaming event up here in DC. Our third with my company, our third tournament that we have done with the AJGA, doing 2 of those down in Kentucky at the Bellefonte Country Club, and have had great success down there. And it's been a lot of fun this week being up here. And my crew has been phenomenal. They're the champs behind this whole thing. A nice roll there by Delzer. Now to 18. You can see where that pin placement is, and that one come up well short. Misses about 20 yards off the green short. And looked like it came out kind of chunky as well. There's your leaderboard. Still no updates from our lead group of Wu, Shaw, and Treadwell. Okay, over to 17 now. I believe this is Teddy Wilson with a nice roll there.
Got one out right now, dropping off. That's fine. We'll get you one eventually. We got someone else dropping something else off, so.
So good putts there. Close out that round. All right, to the 11th tee box. This is the par 3, 191-yard hole. Only hole that kind of plays on the course that goes back toward the hole that you just played. All right, over to 18 now with a chip shot. Needs it to release. Let's see how it ends up. I talked with that young man this morning he was walking over toward number 10. He's a local here in Washington. Senior this year coming up. Plans to head off to Georgetown for college. Nice looking chip shot there. That's going to check up on him though and roll underneath the hole, but he keeps it below the hole, and that's a good angle to go with. So to the 18th tee box now. Straightaway 393. Players can boom it out there in the either side. Pin over on the right-hand side today. You can tell there with the body language, he does not like the outcome of his tee shot. It's one thing with a game of golf. It's a lot of times you don't have guys that can hide their emotions very well. A check of the leaderboard, Ethan Butters has posted a birdie this morning. He is now tied for third with Treadwell. Still no updates from Wu, Shaw, or Treadwell for their round so far. Payne, Watson, Miller, all even par on the day. Aiden Tudor's 1 under. He's in double figures now at 10 under. He's in 8th place. Kate Roberts is now your girls leader. She's 4 under through 5, now 12 under for the round. Gunaratne and Shields Rodope is at 11 under, but Shields Rodope has not updated her scorecard since the first. All right, so over at 10, taking a drop out of the relief zone there. You can see the stakes. This is our 720 pairing, and this is Nathan Smith out of Chestertown, Maryland. 72 on day 1, 73 yesterday. And if you're asking, why does he hold the ball at his knee? That is the proper distance. You don't drop it from up along your kind of straight out from you. You hold it at your knee and drop it. And the thing that you have to make certain is that the ball, when it does not move toward the hole, it cannot be closer to the hole. If it does, then you pick it up, re-drop it, and if it does back toward the hole again, then what you do is you spot it at the spot where it first made contact. Okay, this is your leader, Jason Wu. A chip shot over at the par 3, 169-yard hole. So he'll have that left for par. Again, still no updates from the boys' leaders. Shaw lining up down near the hole. And then Trey Treadwell there in the white cap. Treadwell looking to line up a lengthy putt. Yesterday, a birdie here and had a par on Tuesday in his opening round. Treadwell yesterday, a 6 under 30 on the front 9. Had his lone blemish coming on the 17th where he took a bogey. This is for birdie. For Treadwell. A good look and in the bottom of the jar. So Treadwell moves himself into second in a tie with Shaw. Here's a look at it for the replay. A beautiful stroke there by Treadwell as he sinks in the birdie putt there on the 4th hole. So now Errol Shaw out of Melbourne, Australia. I don't know, it looks like maybe Wu's going to go first. So this will be a par putt for Jason Wu to stay atop the leaderboard, we believe. And that one just sneaks past. So Wu's going to give one back here at the 4th. So he falls back into a tie with Shaw and Treadwell. And Shaw, this should be for birdie in the outright lead. Based off of the numbers that we currently have. I believe that Shaw got one on Wu after the first hole. You can tell the patience Shaw's taking with this putt. This is big putt here. This is for a birdie for him. A par on yesterday. He bogeyed this hole on Tuesday in the opening round. This for the outright lead for the moment. Nice stroke into the bottom of the cup. So birdies for Treadwell and Shaw. Wu gives one back at the 4th. Things starting to tighten up for the boys. Kate Roberts making a silent push out of that lead group up to the lead at 12 under par with 4 under today. This is the 17th hole. And a really nice chip shot from below the hole there. Okay, off to the 10 tee box. This is James Spallone. He's walking that one off looking, and he seems to be okay. This is Sevasachi Kendala. Big lefty lets that one fly, eyeing it up that left edge. Now Minghe Zhang out of China. Chang is 74 on day one, a 70 yesterday. Get to 2 under. Looks like he lost his footing as he started through there. That was almost the Scotty Scheffler, if you will. And you can see the frustration on him. The back foot came through. It almost looked like it just completely spun out as he made contact. All right, back to our lead group. This is Errol Shaw, our leader. This is at the 4th hole. And he sticks that one right in the middle of the dance floor. Beautiful shot there by Errol Shaw. And he'll give himself about a 25-footer for birdie, but on the dance floor here on the par 3. And again, anybody that plays golf, you say if you can go out on your round and get pars on all 4 par 3s, you leave that card, you're happy with that. Here's Treadwell. Trey Treadwell out of Omaha, Nebraska. Also a birdie over at the 3rd hole. And he sticks that one in nice and tight. Just below the hole, about an 8-footer left for Trey Treadwell for birdie. It's even closer than that. I've just told my camera operator from a tower cam said it's closer than that. It's closer back 6 feet. So Treadwell trying to make a surge here on the final round. All right, now Jason Wu, your leaders through days 1 and 2. And Wu sticks one in and just spins it to the edge. But all 3 of our lead group will have birdie putts coming up on the 4th. Okay, to the 9th hole now. Back to our ladies we go. 24 females in this field, 48 boys. We've got a player behind the tree over here. And it's Angela Chen out of China, hailing from Chandler, Arizona. It's a low runner. It checks up on the rough, so still leaves herself a sizable chip up. She's in the fairway, but she'll have to get up and down for a par here at the 9th. In the fairway is Swan Gao. Gal at 4 under has not posted any scores today. .68 on day one. She was a par 72 yesterday. Flirted with the lead on the first day. Before she goes, we're going to get Macy Rasmussen. Rasmussen currently in 6th place. She's 8 under par, 2 under for her round. 68 on day one, 70 on day two. Off to the left side of the fairway in the rough, but plenty of green to work with, and she can take a chance at firing at this stick. Goes right at the pin and puts a dart in on the back corner. There's her ball right on the edge. It hopped in once and then stuck. So maybe right on the fringe for her. Now the third player in this grouping of Swan Gao. Lofts her shot toward the pin. It's going to check up and just barely release, and she'll leave herself about a 20-footer coming up the hill. All right, to the 11th. Check that. We'll go back over to 17. Back to the ladies. This is Elena Ho out of Great Falls, Virginia, from the fairway at the par 5. Should be her third shot coming to the pin. It's stuck back in the back corner. 27 paces on, 6 off the left edge. So it's all the way in the back corner today. That was not her shot. Her shot was, that ball was already there, so. Okay, back to the 11th hole. We've got 3 putts coming up over at 9. We'll get you over there in just a moment as they're just now arriving to the green. Currently looking at the 17th. This is Luis Geraldo Villanueva. Tries to run that one up the hill and comes up short. Getting your leaderboard off to the left side. Still nothing from that lead group that has been posted to the AJGA website. We have to wait for those updates before we can update things on our side. Yeah, it's Jason Wu just shows through 1, but they're over on the 5th. He's still showing at 15 under, but we know that Shaw and Treadwell have had birdies. And Treadwell and Shaw have yet to post any scores for today. So hopefully, now the one thing I will say, back in that back corner where they are, cell phone service is very tough. We know that from all the testing and stuff that we've done and where we have to position ourselves on the course here. You simply cannot get good cell service back there. Not that it's not enough of an issue with all the other things around this area, from the airport, the Secret Service, the FBI, the federal government, playing havoc with just any type of RF in this area. So this is Nathan Smith with a short putt at 17. Gets that one to roll home. And now Patrick Carl with about a 3-footer here. And he got that one. Over to 7 on our leader through days 1 and 2. She's now off the pace, but this is Aaliyah Shields Rudipe. 7 playing 297 for the ladies today. Kate Roberts is showing currently as your leader at 12 under par, 4 under through 5 holes. Rudipe and Gunaratne is at 11 under, and Lou is at 10 under. So our lead group for the ladies of Rudipe, Gunaratne, and Roberts is away at the 7th. Making good time on their round this morning. Let's go over to number 9 now for some putts for the females. This was the group of Rasmussen, Gao, and Chen. So Macy Rasmussen now from the fringe. Up the hill and just slides it past the hole. Good roll there by Rasmussen out of Chesapeake, Virginia. 68, round 170 yesterday.
He's in a big green tower. Yes.
So Rasmussen will finish this one off for her par. And gets that one there. So Rasmussen with a tap in for a par as her group makes the turn at number 9 and over toward 10. To the 15th hole. This is Charles McPherson with the putt, and he got it. Great stroke there by McPherson. So now Will Kaufman, a graduate this season out of Palmetto, Georgia. 71 on day 1, 68 yesterday for Kaufman. Two under on the round today, he shows. A very nice stroke there by Kaufman. Ryan Hoffner out of Parkton, Maryland, incoming junior this season.
Where are you, 17? 17.
Okay, back to 17 now. This is Rian Lee. Looks like Andy Greenberg is lining up for her shot first, though. So Greenberg there on the right center of your screen now. And she will put hers away. Greenberg with that bright yellow golf ball. Easy to find her. She's bright yellow and a lefty. She's the only lefty golfer for the females. I believe we have 2 for the males. Now Lee from just off to her side. And we're going to get a different shot prior to her as this is Wang down in the front left corner of the green. High lofting shot, trying to throw it up there to the pin and get some release, and it's got to go, and it didn't. So Wang and Greenberg will have sizable putts coming up the hill. Now, see if Rian Lee learned anything about how that green is kind of playing, as both of those long chips just kind of checked and stopped. Gets underneath that one. Gets a great release. Go in. Beautiful shot there by Rian Lee. She sticks that one within a foot of the cup. Beautiful shot. Okay, over to the 7th. This is Gunaratne and our lead group. Gunaratne in a 3-way tie with Rodope and Liu, who has joined the group at tie for 2nd. Gunaratne down that hill did not give it enough and left herself a little bit of work left to do on that second putt. So Shields Rudipe preparing a ball mark, and now Kate Roberts, who is your leader. Roberts' round this morning posted so far, she's had birdies at 2, 3, 4, and 5. Have not seen her score yet at 6, but over at the 7th, I have to think these are birdie rolls here for Shields Rudipe and for Kate Roberts. First off, Shields Rudipe has not updated her scorecard since the 1st, though. One of the youngest golfers in the field in the class of 2028. Needs it to go and runs out of steam up the hill. Quickly over to 3. Now bunker shot over at 3 coming up. I don't know if he took it or he's just, it looks very, very wet. And he's kind of sliding around. You can see him trying to judge his footing there. I think he's going to wait for a rules official, trying to maybe see if he can get some relief, or if he has options for relief. We saw him as soon as we made the cut over to him. You could see he came out of the bunker. His feet was kind of sliding all over the place. And we were just told here, he may have a plugged ball. And that's one thing that you have to do, is that if you do have a plugged ball, you have to identify first to make certain that is your ball. Now, the last thing you want to do is hit the improper ball. So we'll go ahead and stay here. This is at the 15th, par 3, 174-yard hole. Yesterday, the 15th, playing as the third hardest hole on the golf course. Gave up only 3 birdies. We'll jump around and grab some more action. We'll come back to this. Looks like they're awaiting a rules official. So let's go to the 12th now. Hard par putt, or putt, excuse me, up the hill. Nice speed as he gave it an opportunity and just runs it past the cup, but a great lag up the hill there. That's Nathan Smith. Smith, 2 over for the tournament. 72 even par on day 173 yesterday. Nice looking putt, and he drains it. Take a look at this snake, and he even got his fellow competitors were with him there. He knew it. Look at him holding his finger up. He's like, yes, sir. All right, we've got a rule official now out at 15. That gentleman holding his finger up there, that was Patrick Carl, Mount Airy, Maryland. Those two, they may be close together. I don't know how close Mount Airy and Chestertown are apart, but might be those two know each other. But you like to see that type of camaraderie between the competitors. You know, it's something you're out here, you're playing against each other. It's the one thing it's a gentleman's and a ladies' game of golf. But when your competitors hit a dandy shot, you give them the hat tip, and that was definitely one of the best putts we've seen in the entire round. We've got some shots coming in over 9 as I'm watching here, and there's some darts coming at this flag to stick today. 9, they've really given you an opportunity to fire at the stick. You just cannot be long. Where are we? This is at the 8th hole now with our leaders. This is Elias Shields Rudipe. So Roberts is your girls leader. Lou Gunaratne and Shields Rudipe tied for second at 11 under. Macy Rasmussen at 8 under with Malia Melendez. So Shields Rudipe at the 8th. Pars on both days. Front pin position on the right edge. And she takes a safe shot right in the center of the green. So the grouping is away and looking from the shot. There's one ball that looks to be over on the right fringe. And that's the only 2 that I see in the shot. I do not see the third. Okay, over to hole number 9 now. This is Isabel Liu, Mia Melendez, and Xinyun Chu. Liu and Melendez making a run here. Liu is in tie for second. She's the one there in the navy blue shirt. No, excuse me. That's Melendez that's in the navy blue shirt. Lou is the one lining up her putt up here on the left. We've just been told over on hole number 3 there is water in that bunker, and that's what he's asking for relief from. All right, Xinyun Chu is going to line up her putt here at 9. A lengthy putt up the hill. 9 playing very deep. 21 paces on, 9 off the edge. Back right corner. really giving a lot of room for the players to navigate to this green. Snakes this one up the hill, and a great run. All right, back over to 3 and our rules official, and what a great timing to have something like this as our tournament director, Thomas Harrison, joining me here for the first time. First off, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. No, James, really appreciate everything you guys are doing, providing the coverage for us this week, and really appreciate the chance to come on and talk about the tournament a little bit.
Well, let's talk about what we're seeing right now. So the issue we had at 3, there was some water in a bunker, and the player was asking for relief and trying to get, and that's something that the players understand is they want to make certain they take all of their possible opportunities they have, because we did get a lot of rain over the night.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a course that hasn't really seen much rain in the past month, and so I believe we got 7/10 of an inch, and it led to some of the bunkers being a little flooded. I know the maintenance crew and Tom Bolko did a great job getting the course ready this morning. But we did have a few bunkers that had some water there, and so what we just watched was a player trying to take the nearest point of complete relief still in that bunker. So they are entitled to that relief from the water, but it's kind of tough to navigate sometimes where that nearest point may be. So appreciate our rules official Helen out there helping taking care of him and make sure everything's going smoothly.
And, you know, there are some unique positions on this golf course, mostly at hole 9 and hole 18, to where at 9, if you go long, you're up against a chain link fence. We saw a couple of players there on Tuesday, none yesterday. Over at 18 yesterday, playing behind and getting up against the fence where the driving range is. And so you have to be careful about how you place your ball, and then at the same time, on your drop, the ball cannot move closer to the hole.
Absolutely. And so we've, like you mentioned, with some of those fences, those are boundary objects, and the player's not going to be granted free relief, but they always have the option to take the unplayable there. And so what we've seen in a lot of those situations, they're taking 2 club lengths, no closer to the hole. You just kind of follow that arc, pretend there's just a string tied to the flag, and see where you can go that's no closer. And it may leave you kind of a thin window, but there is a little bit of relief. I know one of the cameras on 18 yesterday actually kind of saved somebody being in that line of play for a temporary movable obstruction. They were able to really bring the ball quite a ways out just because of where that camera was, so it ended up saving him quite a bit.
Yeah, it was interesting because they took their relief, which took them onto a cart path, which then gave them more relief. And it's funny, I've seen players on the PGA Tour do that before. They'll take their relief from the cart path, which takes them off the cart path, then they take relief again back to the cart path, and they end up in the fairway.
Yeah, it's one of those strange rules of golf where you've got to do it step by step, even though you may know the outcome before you ever drop that ball. But like you said, there's a couple spots here where some of those fences and cart paths kind of tie together. So some interesting relief, but been able to do a good job out there, and with the rules officials taking care of everybody, it's helped keep things moving.
Well, let's talk about our field, and let's talk about our females first off, because, again, we are looking at the potential of a record hunt. You've got Kate Roberts that has soared up the leaderboard this morning, 4 under through 5 holes at 12 under. That's only 5 off the all-time record of 17 under, which was also here last year.
Yeah, this is a course where it's very gettable. Tee to green, unless you're kind of spraying the ball, there's not a ton of trouble to necessarily get into off the tee. So if you're a player who can fly the ball straight, and typically that's really what we see from those girls' fields, they typically tend to be a lot straighter off the tee, and without putting as much spin on that ball and not having as much pop there off the tee, they tend to keep things more tight-knit to the fairways, and if you do that here, you can score. And so these greens have been really receptive this week. The ball is holding, and so if you're really locked in with those irons, you're putting yourself in a good position. You've got some makeable putts out there.
We've been watching Aaliyah Shields, Rudape, one of the youngest golfers in the entire field, both boys and girls, and what she's done over the first 2 days has been remarkable, especially for the youth. And this is something for her. This is major because, I mean, you can kind of see this is the future of golf of what she's bringing.
Oh, absolutely. And she is, through our partnership with the Cameron Champ Foundation and the Mac Champ Invitational, she earned her spot in this field, and she's come out and really proved, she deserves to be right here. She's putting on a great performance so far. She's right in the hunt, and I know Jeff Champ is running around here on site. He's very excited to see her success out here this week.
On the boys' side, we saw a record yesterday that was phenomenal. Errol Shaw, I talked with him yesterday. I talked with him this morning. Goes 61. He birdies 18 to tie the record, which was also one of those here last year as well in the final round by Michael Lee. But you could see Shaw, he got locked in on his back nine, which was the front nine for him. But that that putt at 18 or his 18th hole over here at 9, he gave a big fist bump because he knew what he had done.
Yeah, he was feeling good. He holed out on 7 from about 70, 80 yards, and it was just one of those days when you talk to him, just everything was working well. Every part of his game was going right for him. And the funny part is when you talk to him, he was pretty upset with himself. He said he missed a tap in there on 12 from about a foot and a half. So was on 60 watch for us. It's something out here like we talked about. If you're keeping the ball straight, you're keeping it in play, you've got a chance to go low, and it's very scoreable. So it's led to some exciting golf for us, and very happy to see him. Great kid who was very excited to come out here and put together a heck of a back nine.
Yeah, yesterday he went eagle, birdie, eagle. And any time that you can grab 5 strokes over 2 holes, you know something special's in the play.
Yeah, I mean, when you're on, and he knew, everyone in his group knew his group was playing pretty well collectively, and that's something that oftentimes helps. If everyone in your group has birdies pouring in, oftentimes you kind of feel a little bit of that pressure, but it just seems to keep things moving for you. So his group had a great day, and it was cool to see. Those guys were very excited for him as well. They knew they were watching something special, and so while they are out there competing, I mean, they're all juniors who are here for the same reason. They know they're trying to get to that next level, and on the junior circuit, they play with each other more times than not. So very cool to see the people's reaction to him as well.
Yeah, we saw just a moment ago, we had about a 35-footer putt, and the young man that was holding the pin off of the ball started up the hill. He holds his finger up. He knew it was going in, and it's like you're competitors, but again, these guys, they're around, and girls, they're around each other a lot through the circuit, and the game of golf, it is a gentleman's game. It's a ladies' game. There's a lot of kind of just things that you do, and you're always cheering for the people that you're playing around.
Oh, absolutely. And this field in particular is such a local field. We do have a wide variety. I mean, we've got almost 20 states, 6 countries in the field, but there are so many of these kids from Virginia, from Maryland, in the greater D.C. area that they've played against each other in high school tournaments. They've played against each other in local tournaments and qualifiers. So very familiar with each other, and like I said, they just want to see each other succeed. They know it's exciting to watch something like that happen. So I know we always appreciate when you see those guys on the green. It may be very easy for somebody to kind of get your head down, like, man, that guy just poured in 5 shots and 3 holes on me, but they can appreciate exactly what they're seeing out there and the talent that's around them.
For the kids, and this is something we've talked about throughout the event, they're starting to learn where the cameras are. They're getting used to the people being out around them. And the media side of things, that's something as they continue to grow in their game, that's something they'll have to become accustomed to.
Yeah, like you said, it's especially with social media and all the different golf scoreboards, everything, the hype around the game. We've seen some of our top players playing in LPGA and PGA events, and you see the stories that that's creating and how much buzz you're getting around the Yana Wilsons, the Blades Browns, the Miles Russells, and you see how comfortable they are in front of the media. And that all starts at an event like this where we have players getting interviewed before the round, post-round, we've got coverage, we've got a broadcast, and this is something for a lot of these players, they've probably never played on a live broadcast before.
Yes.
So it provides them with a very unique opportunity and something that we're happy to provide because it's just getting them ready for that next level when people are so impressed and they say, these kids look like they're media trained, what's going on. And they have that experience. Those leaders are getting interviewed. The champions will give their speeches after the round. And so we like to try to get them that experience and kind of grow them, get them ready for that next level and that hopeful eventual success.
Well, no, your group that you work under, that was our first event last year with the AJGA, Adam Brueggemann, he was our tournament director. He is now one of the regional directors, and a phenomenal job that he does. But your crew this week, you guys have done a phenomenal job.
Well, we really appreciate that. And I know Adam in that tournament at Bellefont's very close to my heart. That's one of my favorites. I ran it several years when I was first getting started as a tournament director. And so that was, I think, a perfect place for something like this to start. It had a lot of history and a good crew there. But yeah, this week we've had a very good crew out here. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback, and we appreciate it because every week when we come out, we're really just trying to provide that best experience and as close to a professional experience as we can for all the juniors. So it's great to hear when people are having that good experience and we can get that feedback. So we really appreciate that.
And you guys have made it very nice for us with everything that you provided us, from tee sheets, tee play or pin placements, stats, photographs. I mean, top notch. You guys have done it.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it. We're happy to see where this goes, and certainly something kind of in the early stages here, but certainly a lot of potential and very cool for not just these players, but I know our staff has been tuning in throughout the week. We've been hearing a lot of people talk about it. Family of this intern crew that's been on the road for 2+ months now. It's nice for their family to be able to tune in and see what they're up to, get a little bit of an idea, because it's one of those things where people always ask you, what is it that you do out there? What are you doing? And unless you kind of see it, it's hard to explain. Since
Exactly.
you got a lot going on. So it's cool on that end as well for not just the players, but even our staff, some of these interns, their families being able to tune in and check out what it's all about.
And that's the great part about having the opportunity of doing this, because, you do get the parents, a lot of times maybe only one parent that is able to travel and do the week-long event, but the families back home, wherever that may be, whether it's in the United States or somewhere in one of the foreign countries, they can tune in and watch just like they're sitting here live.
Oh, absolutely. And especially, as you mentioned, in those foreign countries for some of these international players, a lot of times these players will travel and play kind of a summer circuit in the United States with a representative from their federation. So a couple of the players I know from China traveled over with a representative from the Chinese Golf Federation. And so they're away from their families as well. They follow that live scoring that we have on our website, but this provides them the chance to see the face, see the swing in action. And so it's just a great opportunity for everybody.
Well, we've gotten a little bit of an update as we've got a three-way tie at the top. Ethan Butters and Jason Wu at 14 under. Errol Shaw, we know that he's had at least one birdie, maybe two, but we haven't seen any updates on him. And Trey Treadwell as well. We know a couple of birdies in there. So still some things to shake out, but this is going to be a fun finish down the stretch.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting. And I know we've got some of our people out there as well following along, because this is a course where we talked about if you come out, you can really string some things together. And we saw the 28 on the back nine from Arrow yesterday. And so that's something where it's certainly out there again today. I know yardages change up a little bit. Some of the tees may have shifted around to give a little bit of a different angle, a different viewpoint on the course, but it's a place where you can really go out and attack and you can really get aggressive.
Well, our leaders for the ladies coming up 9 now, just arriving at the green of Shields Rudipe, Kate Roberts, and Rihanna Gunaratne. And I mean, these are, like I said, these three girls here have been just phenomenal as well. Roberts making the surge up the board this morning, Gunaratne making a charge up there, and Shields Rudipe, a little bit of a shaky start, but trying to settle back in. Again, we haven't seen any updates for her since hole 1, but you have to think about, too, the youth and maybe the nerves, maybe getting a little the better of you, but getting out there and getting settled in on the golf course allows you to kind of just go back and do what you know how to do.
Oh, exactly. And it's a sport where you can really just kind of get in the swing of things. And when you're on, you're on. If there's just something that's a little bit off, sometimes you just try to fix it while you're out on the course, and it can just kind of snowball on you. So a little shaky for a lot of these players. It's maybe their first time in contention here in the final round of an event. So not a position they're maybe too familiar with, but they have a chance to gain that experience today and really prove that that's where they belong to be, and really kind of show in the future, all right, I've been here before. Now I know how to handle those nerves.
So this is Shields Rudipe just off the green here at 9. Launches that up to the pin, and a beautiful shot. That's phenomenal. So, well, Mr. Harrison, I will let you get rolling. I know you got a lot of stuff going on, my friend, but it has been a pleasure to work with you and your staff this week, and thank you guys for everything you've done.
Yeah, absolutely, James. We appreciate it. Like I said, we really look forward to seeing where this grows and can really progress from here, but we appreciate all you and your team. They've been fantastic as well getting this covered for us. So thank you
so much. Take care.
Yeah,
Thomas
absolutely.
Harrison, tournament director here for us here in D.C. All right, so Shields Rudipe fires one in, a beautiful shot there. Now from off the back of the green, this is Gunaratne. She runs one up there fairly close. The helicopter buzzing over the tower here, headed off toward the White House. So now Kate Roberts at the front of the green. She'll have a chip. And looks like she's got the flat blade in hand, so she's going to run it with the putter. This is a very, very long putt coming up this hill here. This is well over 60 feet. So Roberts showing as the leader of the tournament at 12 under par, but we've not had a lot of updates from her group. She launches this one up the hill. It slows down, bending toward the hole, and a great lag there by Kate Roberts. Now to 17. Little punch shot from out under the tree there over to the green, and gets on the back edge there, and 17 today playing toward the back. Okay, now chip up from the front edge of the green. Bump shot there, trying to get it to spin. It releases just past the hole. Rudipe tapped in over at 9. Trying to get this one to spin and just release, and it didn't hold. It's almost 2 identical chip shots that ran to the back of the green. Over to 11 on the tee shot on the par 3. 142 for the ladies. Kate Roberts just finishes up her 9th hole with a par putt. Gunaratne lining up hers as well. We're going to stay here at 11 with the tee shots. He shot away and seemed to have liked the outcome. All right, we're going to step out for a break for just a moment. We'll get some stuff updated with our leaderboards as we're getting our lead group for the females making the turn over to number 1, and we'll get things continued as we continue our coverage here from the 2024 Babygrande Golf DC Classic. We're back after this. Back here with our live coverage at the East Potomac Golf Links of the 2024 Babygrande Golf DC Classic. Looking at the 5th hole. A very gettable hole, 291 yards off the tee for the boys. Hat tip to my crew today, as always this week. They have done a phenomenal job. Our executive director and technical engineer is Jeff Irwin. Our director is Trey Collier. Camera operators, Rachel Irwin, Katie Irwin, Felicia Collier, Jacob Hankins, Taylor Gammon, and Cam Bryan. They work with me at Cool TV out of Kentucky, and we did a cooperation with Babygrande Golf and Chuck Wilson to come up here and provide coverage for the 2024 event. And my crew, again, it's all I have to do is sit here and talk. They do the hard work and out on the course, bringing all the great shots that you see there, the graphics, all of the different things that you've seen throughout the event. That's their job. That's what they do, and they do a great job of it. So let's go over to the 9th. As we're starting to get into some of our leaders groups for the boys. This is our 8:20 tee time of Josiah Wang, Aiden Tudor, and Colton Woosley. And this will be Aiden Tudor, who's 1 under for the round today at 10 under. Shot a 63 yesterday to put himself in contention. Trey Treadwell is now showing as your leader. He runs that one up and well past the cup. So now Josiah Wang, he's off the edge, so Colton Woosley will line this one up. And he knew he missed it as soon as it left the face. All right, this is for Eagle over at 5. So a long eagle putt coming up on the 5th here. Left it short of the hole. Now we got a rules official over at 3 that I've been told that is being brought in. So Wang, Tudor, and Woosley have finished out their putts at 9, so they're headed off to the 10th. And this is the same situation. I can see they're right there by the bunker of wanting relief from the water. So again, this is what happens. We talked with Thomas Harrison about this just a moment ago. So what he gets to do is he can move his ball, find relief in the bunker that does not take him closer to the hole. He will then drop from said spot, and then he will replay his ball. And yes, he is allowed to clean that ball as that ball has plugged into the wet sand. So he's gone to his first place of relief to where he can get relief, made his drop, and then he'll hit from the bunker. That's the thing, is you can take your drop in an unplayable lie like this, but you cannot improve your lie. So that's why he does have to stay in the bunker. So behind the pin. Got a tough shot here. Not a lot of green to work with. Splashes it out, and that's a beautiful sand shot. Once on the green, a couple of checks, and lands it just off to the pin with about 3.5 feet to go. All right, over to 18. This is our 820 grouping off of the 10th tee box this morning. North Cherry, Trey Sharma, and Chaz Wilson. This is Chaz Wilson in the salmon-colored shorts. I'm a big with the salmon and the pink. I've got the Pepto-Bismol pink on today, the pink and black. Also been known to be called the retina burning pink. A lot of my friends like to give me a hard time with the pinks that I like to wear. John Daly can't rock this pink. So Chaz Wilson, class of 2026, 68 on day one, 71 on day two. He'll give it a run down the hill here at 18. That's a good-looking putt. Just got to turn. That's a great putt from that down the hillside. So now Trey Sharma. Sharma's 7 under, 1 under on the round today. Tied for 13th. Now in a cluster of golfers at 7 under. And actually Sharma will wait as North Cherry bombs one in there from the edge, and now Sharma will go. So Cherry, he's at 8 under for the tournament, even on the day. And tied for 12th. Just lips out, and you can see the guys from behind there. It looked like it was good and just had a little bit too much speed off the edge. Here's a replay of it. That's painful as a golfer. Over to 10. This is Gujarati. The chip shot at the 10th. And I've been told that ball that you see there up by the pin, that's Kate Roberts, who's your leader. Oh, my mistake. That was not Roberts. That is Aaliyah Shields at Rudape, who has had a tough go of things today. She has fallen out of contention. She is 6 over through 9. She's now 5 under for the tournament. So Rudape, 65 on day one, a 68 yesterday. She is the only player in the leaderboard that's over par today. That's Kate Roberts there. She is your leader at 12 under. Gujarati is also in this group. She's tied for second with Isabel Liu at 11 under. There's your girls' leaderboard. Roberts today, birdies at 2, 3, 4, and 5. She goes out in 4 under. Gujarati, birdies at 2, 3, and 4. She went out at 3 under. Let's go back over to 18. Never saw where it landed. Judging by the fact he's going back through a swing, probably not one that he liked. Oh, my mistake. There was 2 balls. Okay. Here's Kate Roberts up the hill. Leaves that one a little short. So now Gunaratne. So Rihanna Gunaratne at the 10th hole. Just slides that one past the cup. So now Shields Rudipe. Tricky little putt here for her. And that's the day it's been for Rudipe. Just slides that one off the right edge, and she's going to mark and just take a deep breath there. So now Kate Roberts, your leader, at 12 under par through 9. 68s on rounds 1 and 2. Some of our leaders on the boys' side coming in at 9, and there's one that is at an absolute dart in on the pin. We've got 2 on the green and 1 walking backward. He's lining up his shot as Weston Miller out of Jackson, Kentucky. He's going to be hitting from well off the right side over at 9. We'll go over there in just a moment after Rudipe knocks it in. Okay, over to the 7th. This is your leaders. Trey Treadwell at 16 under par. He's 3 under through the round. He's the purple shirt. Jason Wu was your day 1 and 2 leader. He's at 14 under par, 1 over for the day. He was at 15 when we started this morning. And then Errol Shaw is at 15 under. In a tie for second with Ethan Butters, Jagger Payne, and Jason Wu. Again, your leaderboards across the bottom of your screen. Boys on the left, girls on the right. And we'll update the leaderboards and flash them up on the screen for the top 10 throughout the event. And we'll continue as the leaders play toward the clubhouse. We'll blanket those holes with even more coverage than what we have out on the course currently. Now we got a golf ball over here next to us. Almost got one into the broadcast tent. All right, join me now communications director for this week's event, Adams Cohen. In Adams, thanks for joining me, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to be back.
Hey, we got a golf ball over here. This may
I
need a
know.
ruling on this one.
Am I going to do that live?
Yeah, we may have to do that one live. That one's going to be interesting because it's you could call cart path, maybe some dirt on it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely car path, I think.
Yeah.
Depending on right hand or left hand.
So we may have to move one of our boxes here to let it give them some room so they can hit. And then the camera and stuff, that's going to be another issue.
I think we're treating these cameras as
temporary movable object. Yep. So let's talk about the field. I was talking with Thomas just a while ago, and a full field of 72, and the girls, first off, I mean, they're still chasing history here. There is a chance Kate Roberts, she's at 16 now, or no, excuse me, that's the boys. Kate Roberts is at 12. 17 is the record.
Okay.
And it's still out there, and this course is certainly, it's in a position today to give some up.
Right. So the leaders have just made the turn. I think it's definitely obtainable from where she stands now.
You're looking at your boys leader group here. Errol Shaw yesterday, what a phenomenal job that he did. 11 under par, ties the all-time AJGA record for the lowest score in an 18-hole round. Also matching Michael Lee's record here last year that he shot in the final round. This course, we've talked about everybody right here. This course has scores to give up. You just got to go get them. And yesterday, he had a 5 under through a span of 3 holes. Eagle, birdie, eagle. And when you do something like that, you're in the middle of something special.
Yeah, he was fun to talk to after the round. Very cool, calm, and collected. You wouldn't have never known by the look on his face or his demeanor that he had just broke a record or tied a record. So he was very fun to talk to. He could say he was just taking everything shot by shot. He mentioned he maybe got a little lucky in there too, but hey, that's golf, luck and skill combined. So I know he had a hole out eagle from about 7 yards out.
Yeah, that's what Thomas was talking about this morning. He said there was a putt. He felt like he missed a pretty much a gimme on 12.
Yeah,
that would have given him the record. So
yeah, I think he just went up there and just knocked it and didn't really take his time, and so he was a little upset about that. But other than that, he was happy. He was ready to get back out there today, and obviously for him, the record doesn't mean anything if he can't go out there and try to close this thing out today. So I think that's what he was really focused on yesterday, which was fun to see him have that professionalism about him. And I got to interview him, and he was just really fun to talk to.
I talked with him a little bit yesterday after his round, and then also I talked to him this morning. And first time on the golf course this week for him, and just trying to kind of get acclimated with the course itself. But he said he really likes the golf course, and I said, well, shooting 61 will probably do that for a person.
Yeah, I would love this golf course too if I could go that low. But yeah, I was talking. He's from India. His parents are from Australia, and I was kind of just talking to him. I was curious what the golf is like over there, and he said that it's pretty similar. He said that some of the courses over there are surprisingly pretty flat, and so I think this course sets up well for him and what he's used to playing over in his home country. So I'm sure that helps play a little factor into his low scores yesterday. And
let's talk about the event as a whole. For you, what have you noticed about this field, both of the boys and the girls, of the way that they've been able to attack this golf course and how things have played through as it's gone through?
Yeah, I think it sets up pretty easily for them if they can hit driver well and straight and keep it in the fairways. Or really just in play, they can attack these pins. Yeah, so
yeah.
I guess we'll do this.
Here we go. We're going to do this thing live here, Adams.
So
I'm going to take you around.
Right.
We'll keep you on board. We've got a separate camera set up to talk about this. So
all right.
There we go.
Sounds good. Yeah, so you'll definitely get car path relief here because you'll be standing on it. So you'll take the nearest point of relief, no closer to the hole, so it's just right. If you really just come right back behind the ball, yeah. And take your stance there just to double check. Perfect. Yep. All right. And then a club link from there, no closer to the hole, right or left, behind it, however you want to do it.
Is it one or two?
It's just one. All right. Yep. And you're in play. All good. Is that camera in your way up there on the right?
Yeah, if I hit a bad shot, I did.
Okay, so that's another ruling here. That's a temporary object, so you'll also get relief from that. You'll take your nearest point from the camera where you don't think you'll hit it. I'm gonna call one in live too here with
Yeah,
Thomas.
go ahead. Absolutely. This is great.
Thomas, do you have a copy? I have a rulings question, just double checking on something here.
Go ahead.
So we have a player out to the left of 9 green. He was on the cart path. We just gave him cart path relief, but now we've got a camera that's in his way. How do we proceed here?
Copy. So that camera is going to be the TIO relief we did yesterday. So they're going to get to pick either side of that computer or of that camera, and then just mark that spot. And once you're there, I'll walk you through the next steps.
Copy that. All right. So if you heard him, you'll take obviously you'll take to the left here, just because the camera's on the right. Just your nearest point of kind of where you're out of the way of it. Yep. Just no closer to. All right. If you'll mark that. All right, Thomas. We have marked the spot where he is out of the way of that camera.
All right, so now he is going to measure 2 club lengths from that point, no closer to the hole, and you're going to drop between the first and second club length. So more than 1 club length, but less than 2.
Copy that. Yep, just in between that first and second club length. All right, yep, you're in play. All right, Thomas, he's in play, and the ruling is clear.
Copy that, good work.
Doesn't get any better than that right there.
Oh yeah, that was
That's as live as it gets.
that is, and that was a fun one. That was a double ruling. I think that camera was clearly in his way. He said if he hits a bad shot, he'll definitely hit it, and we don't want that. So
this
taking the rules to your playing your rules to your advantage.
Yeah, this is Finn Watson that is getting the relief here. Finn is at 6 on the leaderboard, 12 under par.
I think he was loving the airtime too. He was grinning ear to ear the whole time. We'll see what he does here.
Got it. Needs to spin. Ooh! Right at the edge of the fringe. Tough shot from that location and not a bad result, honestly. Kind of maybe just a little bit thin. It was a thin lie. But
better than playing off the cart path.
100%.
Hitting that camera on the right side there.
Now, I want to give a hat tip to my crew, too, because my executive producer, he came over here in the process of all of this, got an extra camera out, hooked it into our director. Our director set it up, and we had a camera live right here in front of us to where we had everything that was going on. I mean, that's the crew I work with right there.
That's awesome. I didn't even realize that the camera was not hooked up.
Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah. And the one thing I will say with Jeff Irwin, he is my executive producer. When I do a broadcast that I'm doing, because I'm the other technical guy with the crew, with the company and stuff, but when I do a broadcast and he's my direct, I don't have to worry about anything.
Right. That's
So,
what you want.
Anytime you see somebody from the executive producer position jump up like he jumped up from his table, you typically are like, oh, God, something's wrong. And I was like, there's nothing wrong. And if it is, he'll fix it. It wasn't anything wrong. He was just going outside the box there and adding another camera in the middle of 30 seconds. So, I mean, that's just phenomenal.
Yeah, it's nice when you don't have to ask any questions. You can trust the person next to you. That's what we try to do here as well.
Now, let's go through all of that there because, I mean, there was a lot of stuff that happened there. And it's something that, again, when you bring in, you're playing the cart paths on the golf course, but no matter whether they're gravel or concrete. But when you bring in the media side of things, that's when it adds another element to the play as well because you're playing as a temporary movable object, so that gives the players relief from there. So first he had to take his cart path relief, then he took relief from the camera.
Right. So in that case, it kind of helps you out. We were back, especially we had a case yesterday back behind 18 green. A player was up against the fence of the range. And without the camera, they would have been kind of out of luck there. They
got a break on that one.
Playable, yeah. And because the camera was right in their line of play, they got some relief. Thomas and I were kind of just laughing and like, yeah, that's when you the rules of golf can kind of hurt you sometimes, but a lot of times if you know how to play them, they can really help you out. and you can get some out of some trouble due to some rollings and the temporary objects and the car pass and all that stuff. So free relief is a very big tool out here for some of these juniors.
The golf course overnight last night, 7/10 of an inch of rain for a golf course that hasn't seen rain in almost a month. But outside of, we've had one bunker today that's still a little bit of wet, but the golf course crew here in the superintendent, hat tips to those guys all across the board. They have done a phenomenal job of dealing with all the elements this week.
Yeah, and it looks like the course drains well. I was roving around a lot today. I haven't seen any standing water besides a few of those bunkers. But by this point, they've probably all drained out. But really, no standing water. It seems to be relatively dry out there still. So it's always something we worry about and something we have to think ahead when we're sitting in our hotel room or our Airbnb and we see it dumping rain outside the window. So it was nice to come to the course today and really not have to worry about any of that stuff because it looks great out here still, and you really wouldn't know it rained too hard last night.
With the scores that we're seeing, again, are you shocked that we're not seeing some scores that seemingly shooting up the leaderboard because of the greens maybe getting a little softer from the rain last night? And at the same time, I've noticed a few of the balls, it just doesn't seem like the ball's sticking like they have the last couple of days. They're almost kind of hitting and releasing.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it here. It rolled out a lot more than I would have thought, even though it was a little thin coming off the club face. But yeah, I was surprised that it's not. We don't see lower scores. I think the green speeds may have changed from day to day, even from round one to now. We saw them a little slow yesterday. A lot of these juniors were leaving them short yesterday, I think, and missing some strokes out there on the putting green. But yeah, I've been surprised by that, but I think this course plays a little harder than we see it just from our eye. Obviously, we're not out there putting on these greens, chipping on these greens, but I think they have had some difficulties from day to day and kind of just the changing conditions.
You know, something, you and I, we talked about this on Tuesday. The thing that we saw was that morning, greens a little slow. That afternoon, greens started to pick up pace a little bit, and I think the players yesterday, because tee times flipped by an hour from Tuesday to Wednesday. And I think maybe the players that were in those later groups were expecting those greens to pick up a pace, and they never did.
Right, yeah. It's something you see. That's a course condition we see at a lot of courses, especially when it's hot, the changing of the speeds. And it's something that they're aware of, but it's something they still have to adjust to. You know, a 7 o'clock a.m. tee time on the first day is a lot different than your 8:50 tee time when you get out there and you haven't even made the turn by the time it's at the hottest point of the day and the course is all dried out. Luckily for them today that they don't have to deal with the heat as much. It feels pretty nice out.
Yeah, nice little breeze this morning compared to the last 3-4 days, right? For you this week, take me through everything that has been this event. This has been a phenomenal event. They've done a phenomenal job from the golf course, Babygrande Golf, everything that they've done this week for this group of kids. But for you and your crew, again, as I've told Thomas, I said, you guys have done one well of a job from top to bottom, from everything that you guys have gotten us, from photographs, statistics, pin locations, coming over and talking with us on the broadcast. Just hat tip to your entire crew.
Yeah, well, we appreciate that very much. I will say huge thank you to Babygrande and some of the events outside the golf course. I talked about it a little bit on the first day, but as an intern and a staff member out here, it does get very sometimes repetitive from week to week. We kind of do the same thing. We come in on the weekends, on Friday, Saturday, set up the course, run a qualifier, run a junior am, run an event, and then break it all down and drive and go do it again. Do it again. So it's really, really, really special and really cool when there's other stuff going on at the golf course, off the golf course. For not just us, I'm sure it gets super repetitive for these juniors. Playing in a 3-day event where they show up to the course maybe on 5 days before and play the same course, the same round with the same group for 2 days. And sometimes it happens where they play with the same few guys and girls all 3 days, whatever. But it's really special when there's stuff going on. You can see they're setting up the Washington Monument replica, 9 feet tall, for award ceremony. That's something we don't get every week. So I think this afternoon will be special with the awards. With them, I think there's a lot of people who will come out and speak and thank a lot of just all the moving parts and all the people that have made this event very special.
For this tournament, and like you said, it's been a remarkable event all the way through. We got to get you over to Kentucky. and get you over to Belfont with us over there next year or the year after. But you got to come over and see what it's like over in our neck of the woods. We'd like to get you guys over there.
Yeah, no, I'd love that. I hear good things about that event. I think there's a cut there too.
Oh, there is a cut there.
Yeah, that's
And it is a
fun.
golf course that it plays right at 6,000 yards. And it's so funny because the guy that I grew up with, we play golf together all the way through school and stuff. He's the course pro there, or the superintendent there now. And he said it's funny. He said, you see all these kids roll in and they see 6,000, like, I'm going to go tear this course up. And the next thing they know, they're sitting in the midst of the fact of they're 4 over par through 6 holes because they can't keep it in place. So plays much differently. It protects itself very well. And this course here this week, I mean, it's left some stuff out there, but it's also protected itself pretty well at the same time.
Yeah, you will see a lot of times with those shorter courses, especially with on the guys' side on the boys' division. They attack and they try to hit a driver. We said it, you said it. They swing out their shoes, and they all do. And so yeah, there's holes out here where there's short par 4s and short par 5s that I think you can get into some trouble if you go long, miss out on a birdie opportunity or even a par. So yeah, those short courses are very fun to watch. How the girls are usually a little bit more smarter and a little bit more technical about how they navigate things, whereas the guys want to. If they see a drivable green, they're gonna
pull the
pull
big stick and let's go. I really liked the pin placement today at 18. It's the first time for the round that it's been on the right-hand side,
right.
But it also brings that one bunker there at 18 into play, which we've not seen much this week. And that is a good thing to have on your finishing hole.
Yeah, I think Thomas, he's been doing this for a while, but he's very strategic about his hole locations. And like I said earlier, I'm not sure if he did one of the rounds harder than the other, but even 9's tucked back there in the right. I think he from riding around today, I think he made some of these hole locations different. They're maybe not so difficult, but they're very different from the first 2 days, and that's really fun to see because that's where you can make or break your round, and you can kind of see what golfers are pulling out their track line books and really looking at the green and seeing where they can land it. Those little things matter, even on an easier course like this. So
that's something I've noticed too with the pin placements today. It's especially on several of the holes. It's like if we've been right on the first 2 days, it moved to the left, and especially here at 9, you've got a lot of green to work with in front. But if you fly here at 9, you're in jail. You've got a car path, a hill, a fence. That we did see come into issue twice on Tuesday, nothing yesterday, and then the same thing at 18. If you go long at 18, you're handcuffed no matter what you're going with.
Yeah, 18 especially. I've had a lot of people up against that fence that backs up to the range, with those trees in the way, and there's a car path back there, and there's not much you can do to get up and down. You're just hoping to keep it on the green from back there. So. Definitely some more some strategy going into it for these players today, which is what we like to see. It's really fun to watch how they navigate and how they read into some of these hole locations and greens on the final day.
Now for you let's flip off from the AJGA side. Let's go to the broadcasting side. For you, what's this been like seeing all of this stuff out here? I know you've worked with the SEC Network doing some stuff and seeing this out here and what we've been able to bring this week. What's this been for you?
Yeah, it's been really special to watch and be a little bit a part of this week. I think you guys do a great job. You got a crew of what, 10?
I had 9.
9, yeah. And I think the crews you see for football are 50 to 100. I have no idea, but you guys have made it work, even with, like we said earlier, putting out fires, and there's always something that might go a little haywire at times, but this has been run almost perfectly, and like I said, it's just very special to have something other than golf, really, for us that work the events. So, I mean, I know some of the kids we talked about first day might not really care, but by day 3 they definitely notice the cameras. But for us, we notice it from the jump. It's something different than we're used to, and it's special to watch. And I think a lot of the rules officials are riding around out there with their phones on, just listening in on the coverage as well. So it just gives us something to do, something a little extra fun out there for us as well.
It was fun. Yesterday, James Spallone, he hit a ball over here, hit a remarkable shot, and I called it out, and he looked over and he said, "Did you get that?" I said, "That was live." Then he went up here and 3-putted. Well, then today he hit another nice shot, and as he came off the green, he looked over, he goes, "I didn't 3-putt today."
Yeah.
So Well, our lead group is coming up 9. So you want to stay with me here on the lead group, and then I'll
Yeah.
cut you loose?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we've got the group of Errol Shaw. He's walking up to take a look at the pin. Jason Wu, he's just off the left edge of the fairway. And then Trey Treadwell, our current leader at 16 under, he's on the right side of the fairway. Now, the way this pin is set up and located, probably Wu and Shaw are going to have the best angles at the pin with Treadwell because Treadwell's got that right edge that he's going to have to deal with and not a lot of room to work with coming at the pin.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of guys over there on the right side all week, but especially today. I think it's just from the way the tee sets up. I think it's hard not to miss right, and it's not even really a miss. If you hit it straight, you can kick off that right side of the fairway, and then on the other side of the cart path where he seems to be. And earlier, the first 2 rounds, it was definitely an easier pin to reach from that side, but today you really don't have much green to work with over there.
Wu shots away. He's dancing. He's about 25 feet coming up the hill, and that's one thing. If you're going to miss on this hole, stay under the hole so you're not in a position of going too long. Here's Trey Treadwell now, your current leader off that right side. Looks like he caught it clean, and he almost the same shot as Wu. His releases just slightly and trickles up. He'll have about 20 feet, and now Errol Shaw from the center of the fairway.
See, there he is right there pulling out that strike line book that I was talking about. It's something we provide each player with. It's kind of got each undulation of each green, and especially on final rounds with these leaders, you really see them. They'll pull that out and they'll study the green and the new pin location really hard before they hit the ball.
This green pinned 21 paces on, 9 paces off the right side. Trying to hit a low knockdown shot, throwing it at the pin. If it spins, it's a dandy, and it does.
Yeah.
An absolute dart there by Errol Shaw at the 9th, as he'll have about a 2-footer for a birdie attempt. And this was the hole where he tied the record yesterday for his 18th hole as he fires a dart in there. And you got to think 9 is starting to become one of his favorite holes.
Oh, yeah. Has to be. Look at him, that confidence walking up to the green.
And, he took all the time. He walked up here, actually took his rangefinder and shot back to where his ball was from where he wanted to land the ball, and that is exactly where he landed the ball.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, it's just really cool to see those guys and girls that take the extra step and really study their shots before they hit them, and obviously it paid off there for him.
Well, Adams, I greatly appreciate everything that you've done for us this week, your crew getting us photographs to be able to help us to identify the players throughout and stuff, and you coming over all 3 days and talking with us here on the broadcast. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a pleasure talking with you and meeting you, and certainly hope our paths cross down the road.
Yes, sir. I will definitely, if I'm here full time, I'll definitely request to be with you in Kentucky. That'd be a lot of fun.
We will show you a good time in Kentucky.
Awesome.
Adams Cohen from the AJGA joining us here. Greatly appreciate it, my friend.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so we'll stay here at 9 with our leaders for the boys. Again, playing right at about 2 hours. And in this group, your leaders, you're going to play a little slower, so it's not that they've been held up. The group in front of them looks like they're standing over a 10 tee box waiting to go, so we'll have birdie putts coming up for all 3 golfers. Shaw fires an absolute dart at the pin from probably about 65, 70 yards out. So Jason Wu will putt first. He'll be on the right down the hillside. And then Trey Treadwell will go next. Jason Wu, 14 under par, leaders after round 1 and 2, and runs that one up. Beautiful stroke there, just left it to the right of the cup. So Wu will mark instead of finishing. And now Trey Treadwell should have gotten a good read there from Wu's stroke coming up the hillside about 5 feet closer. You see it?
Tied for first at 16 under.
Okay, so an updated Scoreboard now is Shy and Treadwell are tied at 16 under. Jagger Payne is in third. Wu has fallen off. He's 4 over today. He's 11 under. Finn Watson and Ethan Butters tied for fourth at 13 under. Our rules official working with 17. We're going to go back to 9 here in just a second, though, because we got a birdie putt coming up for our leader. And we'll come back here and then we'll go back over to 17. This is for the outright lead with Errol Shaw. From about 60 yards out, this is what he has left for the outright lead. And he slams it in the back of the jar. So Shaw goes to 17 under. He's 3 under through the front 9. Here's your replay. He did some work on this hole yesterday to tie the all-time AJGA record, and then takes the lead through the first 9 with a birdie putt here at 9. So Woost taps in his par. Now Treadwell, who will stay at 16 under with the make of this putt. And he does so. So a birdie and 2 pars for our lead group at 9. So our leaders have made the turn. Let's go back over to, I believe, 17 and the rules official. And there you see what they're dealing with. There's a root that's right at the swing path of the ball. Looks like a root that has come up out of the ground. And the player does not get relief from that. The only way that could happen is if the root had surfaced in the fairway. But in this position here, they do not get relief from. Now, they can take an unplayable lie, which is a 1-stroke penalty. But from where it is, this is they have to play it however it is. So great shot there from our camera operator out on 17. Picks that one clean. So the stump or the root, whichever one it was, right there by the car path, did not appear to play any havoc with the shot. All right, over to 4 for a bunker shot for the ladies.
We don't know where it's going. Yeah. Okay, stop. All right, you're still on, Jacob.
That was Ruan Wang. It's Andy Green there replacing her ball mark. It looks like Greenberg will have a birdie attempt coming up. And Rianne Lee should be with this group as well. Still yet to hit. And there comes Lee.
Jacob's still alive.
Help me out again. Which hole are we on?
Jacob, what hole's this?
This is hole 4. 169 yards for the boys, 130 for the ladies. So 2 birdie putts coming up for Greenberg and Lee. Wang will be rolling at a par after going in the bunker. 4 yesterday, ranked as the 4th hardest hole, gave up only 1 birdie. No birdies on Tuesday was the third hardest hole on the golf course. Just lips off the edge there as Wang's sand save lips out, and she'll take a 4 at the 4th. So now Andy Greenberg for birdie, about 12 to 15 feet out, straight up the hill. 4 today, playing 10 paces on and 5 off the right edge. And you can tell this is a big putt for her, as she's taking a significant amount of time, and every time she goes to get over top of it, she moves back, just not trusting the line or not seeing something that she wants to see. So for birdie for Greenberg. And she sinks that one. Nice putt there by Andy Greenberg. Took the time she needed and cards the 2 at the 4th. Now Rhiannon Lee out of Auckland, New Zealand. 74 yesterday, 74 on day 1, 73 yesterday. Tied for 19th in their tournament at 3 over, even par today. This for birdie. And just gets it to roll in. So only 2 birdies. Only 1 total birdie in the tournament for hole number 4. We get 2 of them in back-to-back on the same group. They're between Greenberg and Lee. So at the 10th now, our leader for the boys of Errol Shaw. Shaw at 17 under. 3 under for the front 9. Trey Treadwell's in second. Jagger Payne is in third at 14 under par. Finn Watson and Ethan Butters tied for 4th at 13 under par. Jason Wu has fallen off today. He's 4 over on the front 9, and he's 11 under. Bogeys at 3, 6, 7, and 8 for Jason Wu. Over to 18. Final hole here at the East Potomac Golf Links. All right, now your leader, Errol Shaw. Shaw with birdies at 3, 6, and 9 today. Played the 10th yesterday with a birdie as well as in round 1. Shaw was 3 under on the back 9 of the holes yesterday and 1 under on Tuesday. He pulls out the big stick, eyeing it down. Seems to be content. Now Trey Treadwell. Flirted with a double figure under par yesterday with a 63. Had a 6 under on the front 9 with birdies at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. Only bogey yesterday came on 17. Treadwell eyeing that one down as well. Now Jason Wu. What was your day 1 and 2 leader? All right, over to 15 as Wu's tee shot is away. A putt from off the green. Trickling down toward the hole and comes up just a tad short. This is the group of Macy Rasmussen, Swan Gao, and Angela Chen. This is Swan Gao. Up the hill, needs to go though. Doesn't get it there. Rasmussen studying her putt, as is Angela Chen. Gao will go ahead and putt out. So Macy Rasmussen now 118 on the Rolex AJGA standings.
Try to walk me through it, but
Rasmussen tied for fourth at 7 under par. Kate Roberts has extended her lead out to 13 under now. And Rasmussen rolls that one in with confidence.
that's for both, like we said, big.
So now Chen. An easy putt there for her. All right, over to 17. Par 5 for the boys, longest hole on the golf course. Looking at James Spallone there squatted. And Mihing Zhang. Kandula, I'm guessing, is doing some of this ball, but I have no idea where it is. All right. Zhang is going to line up his putt. There's Kandula. He taps in. Zhang wants the pin in. That was a rule of change. It came after 2020. You could leave the pin in if you so choose to do so. Mingy Zhang out of China. 74 day one, 70 on day two. Trying to firm this one up the hole at the cup and runs it under the left edge. Over to 9. Down on the bottom side of the green and didn't get enough to get it all the way up there. All right, we're going to step out for a break. We'll come back. We'll update our leaderboards and continue our coverage here from our nation's capitals. The 2024 DC Classic presented by Babygrande Golf. Our coverage continues after this. Great look there at the White House. Went out and visited around Washington, D.C. during our time here and picked up some video from out around the city we could use to kind of give us a breather that in between when things kind of got a little stagnant out on the course. A group arriving now at the 9th. Girls leaderboard there on your left. Kate Roberts is your current leader. This group at number 10, this should be our first group, or arriving at number 9 should be our first group off of number 10 this morning. Here's your boys leaderboard again. That is what we have for the moment, although we know that Shy at one point was a 17 because he birdied 9, but there's not been any updates from that. So that's where it stands for the moment. But that's the official leaderboard because that's what's posted on the AJGA website. So here's a chip over at 9 coming right at you and just checked up too much. And that's the pin placement where 9 is today. It's only 9 paces on from that edge. And another chip off the green there on the right side. So this is actually, I believe, our 7-10 group. Our 7 o'clock group's over here to our left, seeing the scoring table and checking in with their final scorecards.
Camera hole you guys on.
Our leaders, I believe, are at 11.
His camera. I'm trying to figure out what he's 11. 11.
Get ready to go out to hole 11 as Trey Treadwell steps to the tee.
Go to 11.
All right, first Jason Wu.
Cam, you're live.
Treadwell and Shaw have both hit. Back over to 9 to finish out some putts.
What do you have here? 16.
And a finish there at the 9th.
16.
Okay, over to 16 now for the ladies. 16 of 432 for the boys, 345 for the girls. You can see the Washington Monument there just off to the right-hand side. That's the beautiful part of this golf course. Coming back in to the 16 and 17, and then 6, 7, 8, and 9, you've got the Washington Monument off in the distance. The course was designed that way for a purpose. I was talking with the course pro up here last month, and that's one of the things he said. He said the holes, they all direct back toward the monument, and that's kind of the aiming point. This is Swan Gao out of Shanghai, China. 68 on day 1, even par yesterday. Gao was in contention for the lead on day number 1. Firms that one up to the cup and a nice roll there from about 9 foot. Now Macy Rasmussen out of Chesapeake, Virginia. Rasmussen 3 under on the day, 9 under for the tournament, 4 off the pace of Kate Roberts, who shows at 13 under through 12, but that is not updated in quite some time. But again, you get on that back side of the golf course, cell service becomes very, very difficult. And Rasmussen finishes that one out. Over to the fourth. This is Noah Cherry, Shrey Sharma, and Chaz Wilson. This is Wilson taking a look at his putt coming back up the hill here at the fourth. Playing 169 today for the boys. Wilson 68 on day one, 71 yesterday. Wilson giving this a long study. Wilson tied for 17th as he rolls this one to the cup, trying to get it to bend in and just misses. You can see the agony on his face there as he went to his knees. Just slid that one past the edge of the cup.
Payne just moved into third place. 15 under.
Jagger Payne into third place for the boys at 15 under. Now Noah Cherry down the hill, about 8 feet looks like. And he leaves it on the right side. So if Cherry and Wilson could have got their 2 putts together and mixed them together, they'd been dead center cut. He'll tap out as Sharma will finish out his putt here at the fourth. You see Cherry still back there studying his putt, still looking at trying to figure out how the ball moved to the right like it did. Over to the seventh. Back to our ladies we go. This is Joelle Johnson, Qing Yu Zhang, and McKenna Murphy. That was the putt of Murphy. Murphy tied for 10th at 5 under par. She's 2 under today. 72 on day 169 yesterday. Johnson tied for 8th at 6 under par. She's 2 under this afternoon, or this morning, I should say. 72 on day 1, a 4 under 68 yesterday. This is Joelle Johnson squatting now, getting ready to line up the putt is McKenna Murphy out of Longwood, Florida, a senior this year. The class of 2025. Just missed it. You can see Zhang back there kind of bend her knees, knowing how closely that slid past the cup. She's got about a good 2.5 feet, maybe almost 3 feet coming back. So she finished her putt out. And now Joelle Johnson.
Smaller one in the group with the girl that was leading. 16.
Now we're to 16.
Take the hole.
Look from our tower cam out on the course. Back at the 15th. And really starting to whip up here. Much like what it was on Tuesday. This is should be our girls leader of Kate Robertson. It is. Roberts has maintained a one-stroke lead. And trying to find where her ball, there it is, just off the bottom edge of the green. Almost identical tee shots there. Now to number 8. Beautiful hole there. Playing around 115 for the ladies today. See the Washington Monument lined up right there at the pin on the 8th hole. This is Macy Rasmussen's group, I believe. Maybe not. Let's see. No, this is not. I'll check that back.
Yeah, you lost your connection. What do you want? Alright, hole 15. Hang on, we're putting out on fire right now, so. Yeah. Says hit the box. It's not like we're tree exit the stream in the middle. You just hit done. No. Take it pretty wild. That'll pause it, but it won't work without the connection.
Once it gets back into connection, it's probably going to need to just restart. Our lead group here. This is Kate Roberts off the green. Coming up the hill at 15. Okay, back here, had a small technical issue had to take care of. All of that has been resolved. Didn't want to get my play-by-play duties in the way of anything. So now Gunaratne, nice putt there by Gunaratne as she rolls that one in off the right edge. So now Kate Roberts out of Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, your current leader at 13 under par. Back-to-back 68s on the first 2 days of the event. Beautiful look there from our tower cam. It's starting to get a little bit of sunlight poking through the clouds. Firm stroke, gets the bend, and sneaks it in the left corner. So Roberts and Gunaratne with nice putts there at the 15th. Here's a look at it on your replay. A beautiful roll into the cup for her. There's your updated boys leaderboards. Well, as much as we've got, we still have no updated scores from Shaw and Treadwell. But again, they're back on the back part of the course where there's very, very limited cell service. So people that's also working with us is figuring that out by the hard way.
Take as much money as you can.
Been under cloud cover much of the morning, but sun's starting to peek through the clouds. But it's been a beautiful day here, and from what we've dealt with from Sunday, this is comfortable. I mean, we were dealing with real field temperatures and heat indexes in the 110s. But again, my crew has knocked it out of the park. Can't say enough about everything that they've done throughout this entire event, through the elements of the heat, getting equipment out here, getting stuff set up, being out on the golf course, tearing down. And then, it doesn't stop there. We still have to get everything back to the hotel, get things charged, move things around, get things ready for the next day. It's been a lot of work by a lot of people to make this go as smoothly as it has. And again, my crew, top of the business for what we do and who we are, based out of Kentucky. And my executive producer, technical engineer today is Jeff Irwin, director Trey Collier, those two behind the scenes. Everything that you see on your screen is because of those two. They shifting things, moving things around, setting up cameras on the fly to pick up a live rules official conference and a ball right at our tent. I mean, everything that you've got. Our camera operators, Rachel Irwin and Emily Irwin, Felicia Collier, Jacob Hankins, Taylor Gammon, and Cam Bryan. Almost a nice little chip there up the hill at 9. Okay, back over to the 16th. This is Mia Melendez, and just misses that putt. Melendez had been in contention, has since kind of fallen away. No, I just overlooked her. She's still at 4th, but 2 under on the day, 9 under for the tournament. She'll tap that one in. So Kate Roberts leads it at 13 under. Isabel Liu at 12 under. Rihanna Gunaratney at 10 under. Macy Rasmussen, Mia Melendez at 9 under. All right, so we've got a player here that his shot flew the green, so he has now gone back over the green. So this will be his 3rd shot. No, this will be his 4th shot, excuse me. His 2nd shot was over the green, 3rd back to here, so this is his 4th shot. Needed that one to go, and it didn't. Over to 15. Under the tree. This is our 8-10 pairing. This is Josiah Wang. Is under the tree over at 15. Wang's in a tie for 10th at 9 under, even par on the day. 65 yesterday, 70 on Tuesday. And this one's going to roll all the way down the hill. He was on the wrong side of the hill for 15, and there's no way to hold that ball, so he'll come from the first cut back up the hill, and we'll have to try to save bogey. Now from that first cut, down on the bottom, with a chip up the hill, and that's a great speed. Leaves him some 2.5 feet there for par. I believe that was Colton Woosley. I didn't get a good look at him. That's Wang walking down on your screen there in the green shirt. Yes, that was, let's see. Woosley and Tudor, Aiden Tudor, dressed very similarly today. That is Aiden Tudor there that's walking down to the left side of your screen. Weighing down to his ball, and after he rolled it all the way through from up on the behind the tree, under the tree at the 15th. Chips this one up the hill. Really good looking roll, and he'll have that left for a bogey.
We do have some updated boys scores.
Updated boys scores. Errol Shaw leads it at 18 under par. He's 4 under for the day. Treadwell 1 off at 17 under. Jagger Payne and Ethan Butters at 16 under par. Finn Watson at 15 under. That rounds out your top 5. There's your updated leaderboard off your left. And again, the ticker across the bottom. Now Aiden Tudor from the left side there. Long putt up the hill, sloping from left to right. Needed it to go and just left it a little short, so he'll have that left for par. Tudor now to finish up his par putt.
We're done. Sandhurst. Cover that.
Practice.
Just wherever you can get. Six.
Okay, over to the 6th. 6 playing 308 for the boys, 250 for the girls. Chip shot from just off the green.
Yeah, so 16 more.
This is a twosome today of Caleb Park and Eugene Liu. Reason for the one twosome, we had one player that was disqualified yesterday for hitting an improper ball, and that was Ariana Fana. So that's the reason we're playing with only 23 girls today instead of 24. We had one from the boys that withdrew, Jackson Geyer. He was 2 under. This is 16, and your leader, Kate Roberts. 13 under par. Gunarate's 2 off the pace. She's in this group as well. Needs it to bend, and it's not going to. Roberts is in shouting distance of the record, but needed that putt to go home. So now your day 1 leader, Aaliyah Shields Rotadupe. She's at 5 under now. She's 6 over on the round. As we've talked about, one of the youngest golfers in the entire field of 72. Had a really rough start to her 3rd round. and it blew up at 6, where she took a 10 on the par 5. So she's 6 over on the day, 5 of those from one hole. She bogeyed 2, had a birdie on 5, a double par 10 on the par 5, 6th hole, a bogey at 8, a bogey at 11, a birdie at 12. United States Coast Guard choppers rolling through the area here as we go back out to the green, and Rihanna Gunarotny. Nice putt by Gunarotny. And if that's for birdie, that will put her within 1 of Roberts. I've been really impressed with her flat stick this week. She has made some beautiful putts, and just her speed and tempo that she's come to the hole with has been remarkable. Back to the 9th. Up the hill. Needed just a little bit more, but not a bad roll from there. This is Joel Johnson of Bowie, Maryland. Good roll, not enough speed. Had a great line, though. Now King Yu Zhang out of Arlington, Virginia, as Johnson will tap in. Johnson tied for 7th at 6 under par. So for the ladies right now with 3 in double figures, Kate Roberts leading it. Lou at 12 under, Gunarotny at 11 under. That may change once we get some updated scores there. So now Zhang with another long putt up the hill here at the 9th. Needs some speed. Just left it short. That's something that has been the kind of the bugaboo since yesterday. These greens that have been rolling really, really good.
This was not his tee shot. He hit his second shot into the green.
So this is the 3rd shot of this here, and picked that one well clean and fired it through the green. So his 2nd shot missed into the bunker, and that's his 3rd shot. And that's over at 15. Or over at 4, my mistake. This is our twosome over at 4 of Prime Nayak and Tin Doe. Jackson Geyer was the 3rd member of that group, and he withdrew. So that's our final grouping off of hole number 10 this morning. Still at the 4th hole, a mistake. Hole 4 playing 169 yards. Our lead group coming up the stretch. This is for par for Doe. Or Do, excuse me.
That was a birdie.
Excuse me, this is a birdie putt, I'm now being told, and it's going to end up as a par putt. Really good line there that he ran it down. And Tian Doe out of Tampa, Florida. Needed about another full revolution of the golf ball.
What color? Pink.
So our lead groups coming up. 18 now for the ladies.
Pink.
Excuse me.
This
Coming.
double.
This will be a double bogey putt coming up here. Group coming up 9 now is our ladies group that teed off at 7:50 this morning of Ava Garrison, Julia Hua, and Alina Ho.
Harrison's 3 under.
It's got 9.
Okay, over to 9. This is Julia Hua out of Boyd's, Maryland. This will be her third shot from just below the green. Trying to throw it up at the flag stick. Needs it to release. Needed to release a little more, but not bad there. Stays underneath the hole. Over to 17. That's Mia Melendez. Melendez at the moment in a tie for 6th, a 7 under par. She's even par on the day. And lips that one out and runs it through.
7.
Melendez finishes that up, and what probably was a bogey, and we'll give one away. So back over to 9 now. So that is Garrison bending over to place her ball. She'll have a very long putt coming up the hill for should be a birdie opportunity. And runs that one past. Garrison will have some work to do to come back up the hill, or back down the hill, I should say. And now Elena Ho. We've seen this putt today. It's very slow coming up that slope, some 30 feet. Good speed, need a little bit more, and that's been usually the result of most of those putts from that spot and distance. So now Julia Hua.
Can't,
This is her cart right here.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave it here with you guys if it's okay. So that way, if she's looking for it, she'll know where it's at.
Okay.
Okay? I'm just parking it right here. Thank you.
Welcome.
So Garrison finishes out her hole 9 for her final round here at the Babygrande Golf DC Classic. And now Elena Ho. Slips that one past. So now Ho to finish out her putt here on the 9th of her 18th. She went off on the 10th this morning on the shotgun start that we've had all week. And she puts it in. All right, we're going to step out for a break. We come back, we'll continue our final round coverage of the Babygrande Golf DC Classic when we continue after this. Beautiful look there, the United States Capitol building. Back here on the course, this was your day 2 leader of Elias Shields, Road to Dupe. Slides that one past the right edge. Kate Roberts still leads the girls. She's a one-stroke lead of Isabel Liu. Rihanna Gunaratne is at 11 under par. For the boys, Errol Shaw still in command, but he hasn't updated since the 11th hole. Jagger Paynes has made a push up the leaderboard. He and Finn Watson both are 5 under today. They're 17 under par with Trey Treadwell, who is also hasn't had any updates since the 11th. This is Kate Roberts, your girls' leader.
Should be between 11 and 17. So look for him, and we'll put you with there, and Mom, you can call the girls up.
Apologies for the connections. Just we've had some issues with cell service out on the course this afternoon. Roberts finishes out that putt. That's okay. Yeah, that's welcome to DC. Every single one of our camera feeds froze there from the connections coming back in off the course, and that's all we can do is just you're at the mercy of radio frequency, and once it's up in the air, you hope for the best, especially when you add cellular into that. Rudu Dupe finishes out her shot. So we'll follow that group in, and we'll have a group back to pick up our boys' leaders. We'll have you full coverage all the way through. All right, that's Andy Greenberg at the 9th. That's Ruhan Wang lining up her putt.
Yes.
Wang with about a 15-footer coming up the hill, and most of these putts today have been short. Runs that one past the cup, so she made certain to give it enough to get there. Just a little bit off the line. She's going to go ahead and finish. Now Andy Greenberg. Greenberg, the only lefty golfer on the female side of things. I believe we had 3 total, 2 on the boys.
We're live online, so you know. I'm gonna come to you next month.
That one scoots past. She'll have about 3 foot coming back. And a good finish there by Greenberg. So Rianne Lee about a 4.5-footer here. Just slips past the left edge. All right, over to 18. This is your leader, Kate Roberts. just being informed, I did a double check on this. If we go into a playoff, we go 10 forward, means it starts at hole 10, and it is sudden death. So you play 10. If you score better than your opponent, it's over. If you get the same score, we go to the 11th. So if we go into a playoff either on the boys' side or the girls' side, we'll have full coverage on every single hole unless it gets back in that back corner where it's really difficult to get signal. We will do everything we can possibly. But if we get into like 4 or 5 hole playoff, we'll have to get creative. This is the 7th hole. 308-yard drivable par 4 for a lot of these guys. This is Noah Cherry. Just leaves that one under the hole, but a very good speed on his putt. Cherry showing at 10 under par through 13 holes today. 2 under for his round. 66 day, 170 yesterday. So he's been in the red the whole time. Now Chaz Wilson. You know, he mishit that one as soon as it left his putter face. Over to 15. This is your lead group of Jason Wu. We'll spun things around a little bit. He's back to 12 under. The par 3, 174-yard hole. And Wu leaves it off that left edge, but he'll give it a run for birdie from there. It'll be a very slippery putt coming kind of up that slope and back over from left to right. Back to 7. Needs to turn. Looks good and just slips past. Back out to 15. Here's your leader, Errol Shaw. And a dart at the pin. As Shaw will give it a run for birdie at the 15th. Stuck it in. I really would like to have had that ball release a little bit rather than spin. But Errol Shaw throwing darts at the pin as he starts to make his run back in toward the final 3 holes of play. Now Trey Treadwell, who's tied for second at 17 under par with Jagger Payne and Finn Watson. That one's underneath the tree, so Treadwell's going to have some work to do. We've seen some shots from over there today, and they have been difficult to say the least. You're trying to chip from a very short side, and the green sloping downhill. So Treadwell will have to really get into his kind of toolbox as the groundhog comes out to take a look and see what was going on. Here's Rian Gunaratne. Gunaratne in third at 11 under, 2 off the pace. This is at the 17th hole. The long par 5. Roberts 13 under par, 68-68. Apologies for the technical issue here. We have having some issues with cell service today here, especially in the last 30 minutes. We'll go to 9 while we try to let them reestablish their connections.
Back. James back. Okay, Taylor, you were okay.
So over to 9 we have it. This is our twosome. On a 50-footer up the hill and didn't get enough speed to get it there. Left for about 10 feet coming back up. So now Eugene Liu if we go to a playoff, it will start at hole 10, and they'll play sudden death. And we've got a potential on both sides of the boys and the girls. And a really good putt there at 9. Now Jason Wu over at the 15th. This is your lead group.
Take it through line.
Just burns it off the right edge. That was a good run there by Wu for the birdie. So your leader is Errol Shaw. He's at 18 under. We haven't had any updates from him, though, since the 11th. Trey Treadwell will be putting for par as he hit his tee shot over underneath the tree.
He just updated through 14.
Okay, Shaw is now updated through 14.
Still one up, negative 19. 19 under.
And now he's 19 under par. So he's got a one-shot lead over Treadwell. Treadwell trying to save par at 15. Shaw is giving this a run for birdie and 20 under. 3 players at 17 under par of Jagger Payne, Finn Watson, and Ethan Butters. So Shaw for birdie and to move to 20 under. We're going to have to switch off over to 18. Pinned over on that far right-hand side, which makes it a very difficult pin position because it brings in that bunker and most of it's downhill. So this is Shields Rotobupe as she taps in, and a hug there with Gunaratne and Kate Roberts. So for what it looks, Kate Roberts is going to be your champion. We'll wait and make certain that the scores go down, but looks like Gunaratne is going to come up one stroke shy of running down Kate Roberts. So Kate Roberts, we'll wait till she gets finished at the scores tent, but appears to be your 2024 Babygrande Golf DC Classic champion. Okay, over to 18 now. This is the group of Josiah Wang, Aiden Tudor, and Colton Woosley. I only see two of the threesome in the fairway. It looks like one is, they keep looking toward the right of your screen, so I'm thinking that we've got a ball off. Yeah, there he is over there, way off to the left of the 18th. Underneath the trees, they're trying to come through. Left it. Looks like a left and short, I think. All right, from the fairway now is Josiah Wang. Wang taking aim at the pin. And a really nice shot there by Josiah Wang. So he'll have 10 feet. And now Colton Woosley. Woosley looks like he was leaning right. May have lost that one out to the right toward the bunker. Yeah, there's his ball over there. So he'll have a chip shot coming up. All right, back over to the 7th. This is some of our number 10 tee times this morning. This is the grouping of Charles McPherson, Will Kaufman, and Ryan Hoffner. This is Kaufman lining up his putt. So Kate Roberts is your girls champion. She finishes at 13 under. I'm still waiting for Gunaratne's score to post because she's the only one, if she had a birdie at the 18th, would put her in a tie, but it is not posted yet. All right, back over to 18 we go. Should be off to the side of the green over there, and there we go. We got two guys over there. That's Tudor first. Aiden Tudor, the lefty. Nice shot right there with some beautiful touch on that ball. So Tudor fires one up next to the pin. Now Woosley missing right. Stay tuned with us after the broadcast. We'll have live coverage of the award ceremony, the crowning of our champions for the 2024 Babygrande Golf DC Classic. And a chip in at 18 by Colton Woosley. Woosley, the junior out of Crestwood, Kentucky. Here's your replay. That's the way you close out your final round. Put it in the jar. Plays his high school golf at South Oldham. So a nice finish there for Woosley at 18. As that will move him into at least a tie for 6th at the moment, with his playing mate there of Aiden Tudor, who's got to tap in for par. So now Josiah Wang. And he knew he left it underneath the hole as soon as it left his face. So Wang will tap in for a par. And now Tudor to stay at a tie for 6th with Woosley, who just chipped in for birdie. And he does so. So 3 groups still left on the golf course as Wang, Tudor, and Woosley finish out their final round with handshakes at the 18th. So next in front of them, Weston Miller, Yifan Wang, and Sujan Singh. And then our lead groups of Jagger, Payne, Finn Watson, Ethan Butters, and our lead group of Jason Wu, Errol Shaw, your leader, and Trey Treadwell, who's one behind. Beautiful shot there. Believe that side there is the Potomac River, I believe. You get the Potomac River on one side, the Washington Channel on the other. Golf course here on the island with the Jefferson Memorial nestled right at the top north end of it. All right, over to the 18th. This is out of the fairway. Excuse me, the 16th. This is your leader group here for the boys. That was Trey Treadwell that just hit that shot. We've got, go to 10. We've got a playoff going on. So Gujarati has tied Kate Roberts.
Get to hole 10. Hole 10 green as fast as you can.
So we'll get a camera over to 10. So Gujarati and Roberts just now posted Gujarati's score. So both of them are away. So we've got a camera headed toward 10. So we've got a playoff going on for the girls between Rihanna Gujarati and Kate Roberts, both at 13 under par. As Gujarati's score just posted. So it's a 10 forward playoff, meaning they start at the 10th hole, and it's sudden death. So if they tie, they'll move to 11.
Where is this?
So Gunaratne goes 69 on round 1, 67 on day 2 and 3. And she finishes out with birdie, birdie, birdie at 16, 17, and 18 to force the playoff. Roberts today, a clean round. 4 birdies on the front 9 at 2 through 5. Had a birdie at 12. But Gunaratne with the birdie at 18 forces the playoff between the two. So our group coming up 9. Noah Cherry just hit up. And now Chaz Wilson from the right edge, and he chunked it. Not bad from there, though. That's going to play nicely for him. He didn't like it when it left his club face. That ball's going to play high. He's pinned high, and he'll give himself a nice run at a birdie. So now Shrey Sharma from the fairway, about 65 yards out. Wind kind of swirling from right to left. And he sticks one up about 10, 12 feet from the hole.
Rachel, where are you? 7, 8, 7. All right, 7. Rachel, you're live. By the driving range.
All right, over to hole 7 now. This is Haisha Cow. He's lining up his putt. Trying to get a camera over to 10 to
Back on.
so tap in over at 7.
Still alive, Rachel.
Trying to hustle to get out the 10. So we can pick up coverage for the girls. All right, back over to 9. This is North Cherry. Left his shot short of the green, so this is his 3rd shot. He's going to try to roll it up with the blade here. This is about a 60-footer up this hill from a good 4 foot off the green. Hammers this one up the slope. Good speed. What a roll. Beautiful roll there by North Cherry from well off the green as he'll leave it up just past the pin. But he certainly gave himself a look coming up that slope. So now Chaz Wilson. Wilson rolled it up and left it just a little bit off. Now Shrey Sharma looking at his putt coming up that same direction that Wilson's did. Now Sharma from the left side. Trying to feed it down to the hole. Just underneath it. Sharma taps in there, and you can see just how frustrating that was of leaving that short for the birdie opportunity. Now North Cherry.
We need you to find them. If they're still on 10, go to the green. Might be on to 11 by now, if they're still playing.
So a tap in there, and now Chaz Wilson.
White long sleeves, pink shirt, white tip.
Trying to get an update out on the course of our girls of Gunaratne and Kate Roberts, who were in a playoff and a sudden death. They started on 10. So Wilson finishes at the 18th, or his 18th hole on number 9.
Go until one of them wins a hole. Sudden death. First one with a hole ends the tournament. So, one of them birdies.
So this is the grouping of Weston Miller, Yifan Wang, and Sujan Singh. So Kate Roberts has won it at the 10th. Our apologies. We tried to get back to it. We did not know there was a playoff going on until we looked up and saw them teeing off. And so a one-hole playoff ends at the 10th hole, and there's your champion, Kate Roberts. So Kate Roberts defeats Rihanna Gunaratne on the first playoff hole, we believe. All right, back over to 18. That was the putt of Yifan Wang. Wang tied for 10th at 9 under today's even par on the round. Low round of the day for the men have been 6 under. Colton Woosley and Ethan Butters. So now Weston Miller out of Jackson, Kentucky. Firms that one into the back of the cup. Now Wang will finish his out as Sujan Singh awaits. There's Miss Gunaratne in the pink. I spoke with her earlier this week whenever I was verifying the proper pronunciation of her name. And I did it yesterday. She came by and gave me 2 thumbs up. But her daughter will finish second. A great run to force a playoff with a birdie at 18.
When you said you had a shot, you didn't give me have 10 seconds to get it.
So now Sujan Singh. Singh is 66 on day 1, 69 on day 2. 8 under for the tournament, 1 over today. And taps that in to wrap his round up. So now we've got players coming in at 18. This is Jagger Payne, Finn Watson, and Ethan Butters. We'll go out to 8 quickly. This is High Show, Cal, Mahir Roperia, and Owen Newberry.
Go to 18 tee box.
Roperia. In the blue shirt there with the white sleeves. Looks like he's just off the green, but before he goes, Owen Newberry will bring it down out of the fringe, down the hillside at 8. Newberry will clean his up. Had a good run from that spot. Lift him about 1.5 feet or so. So now, Mahir Roperia out of Cranberry, New Jersey. Taking a look at his Strack-A-Line yardage book, checking where that pin placement is today. At number 8. 8 paces on from the front, 6 from the right. So really tucked in that corner. Tries to bend it back in on the back door and can't get it to roll in. So now Hashai Cow. Just slips it past. So our last group, next to our last group, coming up, number 9. This is over to number 9. And this is pinned up against the fence. That's that's Will Kaufman, excuse me. And here comes our tournament director over to take a look at it. First time we've had this since Tuesday. Again, you do not get relief for the fence. So if you can take an unplayable lie, which then you can move the ball and take a 1-stroke penalty. And kind of what that looks like that they're doing is they're trying to pull the gate back so he can take his relief toward the gate, which will give him a little bit of a backswing. Because as of right now, he has no backswing whatsoever. That ball is pinned up against that fence. Kaufman, the graduated senior out of Palmetto, Georgia. 71 on Tuesday, 68 yesterday.
Yes, Richard, you're clear.
So now Kaufman's going to take an unplayable lie, so that'll be a one-stroke penalty. And he's good from there, says Thomas Harrison, our tournament director. Now I have a very tough chip coming back up the hill with no green to work with whatsoever. And this is one of those you want to try to fire it into the face of the hill and just try to slow it down and let it stop. And then just trickle past the hole. If he could keep this anywhere within 10 feet, I think you would say thank you and move on. Just not enough to get it up the hill. He got it to the top. Still on the fringe, though, but now over to 18. And that's your leader. That's Errol Shaw. Coming in out of the left rough. I believe that was at 17, not 18 there, because that was definitely not 18. That's the long par 5. That's where they should be. So have not made it to 18 tee box yet. So now Kaufman, you can see his ball just nestled there at the fringe. So this will be his 5th shot after taking the unplayable lie. Good stroke and a nice putt there by Kaufman to finish it. So an unfortunate one-stroke penalty for the unplayable lie, but a heck of a finish there on a nice putt off the fringe for Will Kaufman. You see them there holding up 5 fingers, just verifying that that was his proper score. They have a marker that they each keep up with each other's scores along with their own scores, and they'll come over to the scorer's tent, sign their scorecards, and make certain that everything is copacetic. There's your leaderboard for the moment that we have updated to the latest from the AJGA website. Errol Shaw with a 19 under score, a one-stroke lead over Trey Treadwell. They're in the same group together. Okay, back to 17. This is Shaw's 3rd shot coming up here. Shaw fired a 61 yesterday to tie the AJGA record for the lowest score in 18 holes. Played himself into contention. He's 5 under today. That was as of playing through hole 14. We haven't seen an update since then. Ethan Butters and Trey Treadwell are at 18 under, 1 stroke off the lead. Fenn Watson and Jagger Payne, at 17 under. And that's the only golfers we have left out on the course. We have two groups still left on the course, and if we end up with a tie, we'll go to 10 and play it forward for them. So now Shaw with his 3rd shot from just off the green at the long par 5, 17th. What a touch. It just rolls it past. Nearly cupped it there. But he should have that coming back for his birdie. Now Trey Treadwell just in front of him. Should have given him almost a blueprint of how to approach this shot. Shy played it up very nicely there. He hops it up and runs it well past. That's something I will say that I'm very kind of caught off guard today by is how much the greens have really kind of rolled out today rather than holding after we got all the rain last night. Almost 7/10 of an inch of rain on a golf course that had been starved with water from precipitation. And to see, again, the way this course is made up and the way it looks with all the lack of precipitation, that's a hat tip to the course superintendent and his staff here at East Potomac Golf Links for everything that they've done to make this course as inviting and playable as it is. Again, the bunkers last night took a lot of water, and they got everything squared away. This morning we had one bunker that was holding a little bit of water, and they played that as an unplayable lie and then just gave relief from it from there. There you see Trey Treadwell in that final group with Jason Wu and Errol Shy, who your leader. Here's Jason Wu now. Wu pops that one in over at 17. So now Treadwell and Shy, believe both of these are for birdie. Shy from Melbourne, Australia, lives in India. Talked with him this morning and says it was the first time that he had played the golf course was Sunday during his practice round. Played practice rounds on Sunday and Monday. Shot a 3 under 69 on Tuesday and then set an AJGA record, well, tied the AJGA record for 18 holes yesterday with a 61, an 11 under par. So Treadwell puts his in. Now Shaw to maintain a one-stroke lead based off of the numbers that we have here. And nails it. Drives it into the back of the jar. So Errol Shaw comes up short of trying to get home in 2, as does Treadwell, but nice chips by both and finishing putts. So our final group of the day headed over to 18. So we've got our final group at 9. No, we've got one group behind them. So this is our 840 pairing at 9 now. This is Heisha Cowell, Mihir Roperia, and Owen Newberry. That's Cowell that pops it in. Roperia studying the long putt. There in the white sleeves and the blue shirt. Just leaves it out to the right. I like the way he plays. He just gets over the ball and goes. That's my kind of guy. I am the same way. I am not one of these players that likes a lot of practice swings, and playing slow does not benefit my game whatsoever. I'm a guy that gets it and goes, and you start pushing me out to 4.5 hours in a round, and that's when my golf game goes sideways. I'm a more of a 3.5 hour, 4 hour kind of guy. I don't need to do the Brian Clark waggle and get a waggle counter up for an entire event. Nice run there by Newberry up the hill. And he'll tap in to finish things off. All right, to the 18th, and our leader, Errol Shaw. Finn Watson is posted in the clubhouse. He goes 66 today with a 6 under. He's at 18 under. So 18 under is posted. Shaw is at 19 under. Treadwell at 18 under with still holes to update. Shaw booms this one down that right-hand side, and he likes what he sees. Had a par on both rounds at the 18th hole. Now Trey Treadwell. Birdie on day one, par yesterday for the class of 2027 young man out of Omaha, Nebraska. And he lets the big stick fly, and it's good. Over to the 8th green. This is our twosome. And a quick tap in there. Yeah, we're kind of in limbo. If we can just hang, we'll just hang here. We got a kayaker out there on the water today. Beautiful day today. After we've been in triple digits most of the week, and we've had a nice, comfortable breeze, and has been very inviting. A little bit of sunshine this later part of the morning into the afternoon hours now, and it's just been a really good event, a way to close things off on what's been a very busy week and a hectic week here in D.C. for our crew. Again, our crew based out of Ashland, Kentucky with Cool TV. Chuck Wilson contacted us and brought us over to do the event, and we're glad for the opportunity and all the hospitality that we've received here from East Potomac Golf Links and the AJGA, our third event that we've done with them. And Thomas Harrison and his crew for the AJGA has facilitated a phenomenal event, which is not unexpected. We have had nothing but great success with all of the AJGA events of the groups that we've worked with down in Kentucky at the Bellefonte Country Club. So this is at 9, 356-yard par 4 for our final group of Prem Nayak and Tien Do, excuse me. This is Nayak. Had a twosome as Jackson Geyer withdrew from the tournament. So Nayak's tees away. And now Tien Du out of Tampa, Florida.
Where's the third guy?
All right, over to 18 now. That's Jason Wu.
Yes, you're clear, Richard. You should be good to come on.
And did not see it. All right, so Treadwell looks to be lining up his shot. He's right there, kind of almost to the right center of your green, and then shies over to the left of your screen. So Trey Treadwell will go next. Now Shy is actually going to go. Let's move over to him. Shy with 2 clubs out of the bag that's sitting right there beside him. And I like this. He puts it down, says, I don't think so. This is what I want to do here. It's got to be a good omen here. We got a birdie up in front of the green.
Okay, shots update through 17. He's still 19 under.
Okay, we got an update for Shy. He's now updated. He's still the leader at 19 under. Treadwell's 3 off the pace now. So a par here, and Shy's your champion. And there it is on the dance floor. So 2 putts for Shy as he backs that one down the hill a little bit. But Finn Watson is in the clubhouse at 18 under. after a 66 6-under par today. And now Trey Treadwell was in the mix and has kind of fallen off the last few holes. Staring it down, likes what he sees, and must have missed it off to the right because it did not make the dance floor. Okay, there's just off to the right edge of the green. So you can see the distance there of Shy. So that's what he has left for a championship. A 2-putt for there will make him your 2024 Babygrande Golf DC Classic champion. Second annual event. They played it up here last year for the 100th anniversary of the East Potomac Golf Links. Michael Lee, the hometown kid out of Fairfax, Virginia, goes 26 under par to break the 54-hole record that was previously set at 23 under par. He fired a 61, 11 under par on day 3, which at the time tied the lowest record ever. Shy puts up an 11 under yesterday to get himself into contention. He was one off the lead this morning when they teed off. And now he's got a 2-putt from about 20 feet on 18 to claim the championship. There's Treadwell coming up to his ball, and see Jason Wu, who was your 2-day leader, off as well. That's going to be, it's like Wu's ball as he's taking a look at it there. Now that's Treadwell, I believe. So Wu was just taking a look from his line on the other side. So again, if Shy would 3-putt here, we would have a tie for the lead with Finn Watson, who's at 18 in the clubhouse after going 66 today. Shy with a birdie here could get to 6 under for the day. He's had pars in the two previous rounds leading into this event. First ever trip to this golf course. Played his first round on Sunday, another practice round Monday, and then went out on day number 1, shot a 69, was only 3 under, but flirted with 60 yesterday. Had a 61. He felt like that he left his stroke on the course because he said he felt like he missed a short one out on 12. Holed out a shot at 7. He went eagle, birdie, eagle at 5, 6, and 7 yesterday, including that hole out from about 70 yards. So here's Jason Wu. Wu was tumbled back to a tie for 6th. This would get him even on the day. And he burns that one past the hole a good bit. Our final group over at 9 coming in. That's Prim Nayak and the twosome with Tien Du. As soon as they get ready to line up at 18, we'll go back over there. And now here's your leader putting for the championship. He needs a 2-putt from here. Close out what would be a 5 under and would leave him at 19 under. This to get him to 20 under par. And a 2-stroke win here in our nation's capital. Tied the all-time record yesterday with an 11 under. Now could he cap it off with a championship for birdie? And leaves himself that left for a par and a championship at 19 under par, a 1-stroke win over Finn Watson. Again, we've seen 3-footers are not exactly the easiest things in the world. If you don't believe me, ask Roy McIlroy. And especially when you've got a championship on the line, that hole looks just about the size of a thimble. Shy lining things up, taking his time. He's been very meticulous about how he's made his approach on all of his putts. His irons today has played a very smart round. 3 under on the front 9 with birdies at 3, 6, and 9. Gave one back at the 16th. Birdies at 10, 12, and 15. So Wu finishes out. Shy lining up his putt. Treadwell's going to back out of the way. Incoming senior at 19 under par. And a three-footer for the championship. And he gets it. Errol Shy is your 2024 Babygrande Golf DC Classic champion. He shoots a 5 under on round 3 and wins it by 1 stroke over Finn Watson. 69-61 on rounds 1 and 2, and then comes back today with a 67 to claim the title. So Errol Shaw, his first trip to DC and the East Potomac Golf Links, and he leaves with some hardware as he's headed home a champion on the AJGA Tour. Like I said, I had a little bit of time to talk with him this morning and just walked over on the practice green and just had a few words with him. And very well-spoken young man. He from Melbourne, Australia, lives in India now. And just very impressed with how he has carried himself this tournament. And again, coming off of a 61, there's a lot there at stake of what you can do. And you can put yourself in a position to where maybe this isn't something I can take care of. And goes out today, plays a very smart round, 1 bogey at 16, but he shoots a 5 under 67 and claims the championship here in our nation's capital. So our final group on the golf course of Prime Nayak and Tien Du finish things off at the 9th. So now the girls' champion is Kate Roberts. She won it in a 1-hole playoff over Rihanna Gunaratne. They both finish at 13 under par. Gunaratne with a birdie at 18 to force the 1-hole playoff, but Roberts wins it on the 10th. Shaw did not need a playoff. Finn Watson put it in the clubhouse with a 66 today. He had the low round of the day with Colton Woosley at 6 under for the boys. It proved to be one too little as Errol Shy throws a 67 up on his final day to back up his record-tying 11 under par yesterday at a 61 to claim the championship by 1 stroke. There's your final group. Jason Wu to your right, Shaw your champion in the middle, and then Trey Treadwell there on the right in the white cap. Treadwell faded down the stretch with bogeys at 15 and 16 that took him out of contention. But your champion for the boys is Errol Shaw. 3 under for the first round, 11 under yesterday, and then 5 under today. And gets it done for a title here in D.C. Low rounds of the day for the ladies came from both Gunaratne and Roberts. They go 5 under. Our day 2 leader of Aaliyah Shields, Rudipe, she finished it at 7 over today, finishes 4 under for the tournament. And her biggest bugaboo of the afternoon came in a disastrous trip through the par 5 sixth, in which he took a double par 10 on that hole. So our leaders have signed their final scorecards and now make their walk back toward the tent where they'll have the award ceremony and some hardware coming up in just a few moments. We'll take a break. We come back. We'll bring you the award ceremony live and our champions of Kate Roberts and Arrow Shaw as we conclude our coverage here from Washington, D.C. of the 2024 Babygrande Golf DC Classic when we return after this. Back in our nation's capital at East Potomac Golf Links, final round coverage of the 2024 Babygrande Golf DC Classic. And here's where we are. The girls had to go to a playoff. Kate Roberts and Rihanna Gunaratne with a birdie at 18 forced the one-hole playoff that ended up being decided by Roberts on the 10th. So she is your champion. Gunaratne will finish second. Isabel Liu goes at 12 under. She'll finish third. Macy Rasmussen, 9 under for fourth. Swan Gao and Kia Nayak tied for fifth at 8 under par. Nia Coe, Jen Gran Jing, Mia Melendez at 7 under par, tied for seventh. And rounding out the top 10 is Joelle Johnson at 5 under. All right, here's 10 through 20. Two other players tied with Johnson, McKenna Murphy and Zin Young Chu at 5 under. For 13th was our day 2 leader as well as our day 1 leader, Aaliyah Shields Rodope at 4 under. Ruhan Kendria Wang at 2 under, and then Julia Hua rounds out the red numbers for 15th at 1 under par. Qingyu Zhang, Ava Garrison, and Elena Ho even par for a tie for 16th. Angela Zakun Chen at 1 over par. Andy Greenberg cards 5 over and a tie for 20th. And then our final page of the girls' leaderboard. And only 23 competitors today. We had one young lady that was disqualified yesterday. Rian Lee goes 5 over, and a tie for 20th. Eugene Liu at 10 over, and then Kayla Park at 13 over, and then Fauna was disqualified yesterday after hitting not her golf ball. So that's your girls' leaderboard. Again, your champion is Phoenixville, Pennsylvania's Kate Roberts. 68 on day 1, 68 on day 2, 67 on day 3, and a one-hole playoff. And Kate Roberts picks up the championship over Rihanna Gunaratne. Gunaratne was a 69 on day 1, went 67 yesterday, came back with a 67 today, and went birdie down the stretch at 16, 17, and 18 to force the one-hole playoff with Kate Roberts. Again, we'll go over to the tent for the award ceremony once they have everything finalized. We're still waiting for the finals. The boys' numbers have finalized now. So, Errol Shaw, 69 day 1, 61 that ties the AJGA record for the lowest score in 18 holes yesterday with a 61 in round 2. Goes 67 today. He is your boys' champion with 1 stroke win over Finn Watson. Watson with the tie for the low round of the day with Colton Woosley at 6 under. Watson finishes at 18 under par for second. Jagger Payne goes to 17 under at third. Ethan Butters and Trey Treadwell tied for fourth at 16 under par. Woosley a tie for sixth with Jason Wu, who was your 2-day leader, at 14 under par. Aiden Tudor at 13 under finishes 8th. North Cherry at 10 under at 9th. Yifan Wang at 9 under for 10th. Page 2 of the boys. Charles McPherson and Ryan Hoffner tied for 10th at 9 under. Weston Miller and Sujan Singh a tie for 13th at 8 under. Josiah Wang, Shrey Sharma, and Will Kaufman tied for 15th at 7 under. James Spallone finishes all alone at 18th at 6 under par. Owen Newberry and Priam Nayak at 5 under par. All right, let's head over to the scores tent for our award ceremony with our champions. Yes.
The tournament has been fantastic the past 2 years, but something that's been very fortunate for us is that this is a tournament that really aligns with what we're trying to do as an organization at the AJGA, and that's make golf accessible to everyone.
it's up as loud as it'll go. Yeah, tell him to open his exposure. All right, so the award ceremony presentation being given over at the scorer's tent. Thomas Harrison, our tournament director from the AJGA, as he goes through some different awards that they will hand out. All right, so the award ceremony presentation. So Kate Roberts with one of the low rounds of the day for the girls. Her and Rihanna Gunaratne both go 5 under, so they'll receive an award for that, and Roberts is your champion.
Moving to our boys division, shooting a 66, 6 under par round from Crestwood, Kentucky, Colton Woosley. And also shooting 66, 6 under par from Arlington, Virginia, Finn Watson. Getting into our top 3 for the girls division. From Short Hills, New Jersey, shooting 12 under par. In 3rd place, Isabel Liu. In second place from Plymouth Meeting, Pennsylvania, shooting rounds of 69, 67, 67 en route to a 13 under par tournament, Rihanna Gunaratne.
Thank you.
Getting into our boys division top 5. Tied for 4th place at 16 under par from Omaha, Nebraska, Ty Treadwell. Also tied for 4th place from Chandler, Arizona, shooting 16 under par, Ethan Butters. In solo 3rd place, shooting rounds of 65, 67, 67, 17 under par from Woodbridge, Ontario, Jagger Payne.
No, I wanted to. Yeah, my dad's played it. Yeah, it's awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you.
3, 2, 1. Good.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Our runner-up in the boys division, shooting 18 under par from Arlington, Virginia, Finn Watson.
I don't know.
In our champion of the girls division of the 2024 Babygrande DC Classic, shooting rounds of 68, 68, 67, finishing at 13 under par for the event and winning in a one-hole playoff from Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, Kate Roberts.
So first of all, I'd like to thank AJGA, Babygrande, and National Links for hosting this event and giving us such a great venue to play at. It was really fun getting to play on this course for 3 days and testing my skills against the best girls in our area and around the country. I'd also like to thank my support team, my parents, my mom and dad for supporting me when I told them I wanted to play golf, and for my sister for continuing to push me. I also like to thank other members of my support team, my high school coach, Sandy Waltz, for letting me practice on her course, Turtle Creek, and the LPGA Tour Pro at Rivercrest Golf Club, Kelly Komenchuk, for giving me all the opportunities that she's given me there. And I'd also just like to really thank all the competitors who played in this event for giving me a nice challenge and a run for my money coming down on the last day.
Thank you to Kate, and once again, congratulations. And now for the champion of the boys division of the 2024 Babygrande DC Classic, shooting rounds of 69, tying the AJGA single round scoring record at 61, finishing with a 67 to shoot 19 under par for the tournament, from Melbourne, Australia, Aero Arav Shah.
I'd like to begin by thanking the sponsors of this tournament, Babygrande Golf, Gilmade and Mr. Will Smith at East Potomac Golf International Cross, and Mr. Chuck Wilson at Babygrande. I had a great time in this tournament, and the greens and the course were playing really well, and it was pretty competitive out there with all the other players. And I'd like to thank my support team in India and all my coaches and my mom and dad. Thank you.
And congratulations to Arrow and Kate. And please, one more time, a round of applause for all of our competitors. With that, that officially concludes our championship. Once again, thank you to everybody. We wish everyone safe travels. We just have all of our top 5 and top 3 stick around for some photographs. Adam's here will get you all taken care of. Thanks again, everybody.
So the champions, Kate Roberts, wins in a one-hole playoff over Rihanna Gunarotny, excuse me. They both finished at 13 under par, but Roberts wins it on the 10th. And then Errol Shaw goes 19 under par, a two-putt at 18 to claim the boys' championship with a one-stroke win over Finn Watson to get his championship. So oh, hang on. Well, I think they're getting ready to do live interviews with our champions, so we'll run over and. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll stay put. We'll get those. So they're getting ready to set up interviews with our champions after some photographs over by the Washington Monument statue that's over by the players' tent. It's going to have been a fun 3 days here in D.C. for our coverage of the DC Classic, presented by Babygrande Golf. Been here since, rolled in on Saturday night, arrived at the course on Sunday and started setting things up and getting everything ready to roll, and finished up final preparations on Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's been some long days, but today was the earliest of the 3 because we wanted to start earlier to get the league group as they went off and stuff, but it's been a long three days of coverage, but a very fruitful 3 days of coverage as well. So waiting for some groupings to finish up their photography work over at the trophy, and then we'll try to get the champions for the boys and the girls. Ross Shaw, 19 under par, and Kate Roberts wins it as she goes 13 under par and knocks off Rihanna Gunarotny by the one-hole playoff at the 10th. Tim Krebs, the club pro here, and then, of course, the great staff and the course superintendent and everything they have done this week to keep this course playable, inviting for the players, their fans. Just a remarkable job. And, of course, like I said, we had some heavy rains come through yesterday. They said they got 0.7 of an inch of rain at the golf course, and you could see it this morning. There are puddles out on the golf course on the cart path and stuff, and outside of that, we had one bunker on the golf course that twice today we had players that landed in that, and they were able to get relief because they were still puddling down in that bunker. But other than that, the bunkers were raked down, fluffed up, really nice, playable. So remarkable job by the staff here at the East Potomac Golf Links to facilitate this event. Again, Thomas Harrison and his entire staff with the AJGA and everything that they've done this week, remarkable job by them as they have, again, much like us, roll in, set things up, and then tear down and get ready to head off to the next location. For us, that's home. We're headed back to Kentucky. But we've had a fun time up here in D.C., got out, done some sightseeing, and some of the videos that you saw throughout the broadcast during breaks, those were videos we shot on our trips out of visiting some of the landmarks around our nation's capital. Got a chance to go over to Arlington National Cemetery and the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier and see the changing of the guard, which was a very moving thing to watch. Actually watched it 3 times while we were there. Got out to see the White House and the Capitol, both in daytime and nighttime. And yes, they both have different views during different lighting, which was really neat to see. Spent some time over at the Washington Monument and the World War II Memorial and the Fountain Pool and the Lincoln Memorial, and here on the island where the golf course is housed. The Jefferson Memorial sits at the top north end of that. But sandwiched right here in between the Capitol and the Reagan International Airport. There's some of the views. This was from over at this was Supreme Court on Tuesday night. One of the fountains down there, that's the White House. And in the daylight up at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, one of the most famous addresses in the world, a little bit further. You can see the wind on Tuesday. It was whipping, and it blew all day long. And then yesterday, very little wind to blow whatsoever. We've had a nice, comfortable breeze today. We made it back over there that evening, and you can see there the wind had finally died down somewhat, but that was around 9:30 that evening. Got over with the White House lit up, and United States Capitol, beautiful scene there. It's amazing how large that structure is in person, too. Pictures just doesn't do it justice. This is at the Arlington National Cemetery, and one of the fountains there just on the back side of where the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier houses, overlooking downtown Washington, and the World War II Memorial over at the mall. One of many fountains over there. That was coming out of the pool down into one of those memorials. I think this was my favorite of all of them, the duck right here. Just kind of chilling out, getting him. So I wanted to jump in with him that day. It was so hot that evening. Temperatures that day had been in the triple digits since about 10 o'clock that morning. We waited till later on that evening to go out and try to let it cool down. It was still in the high 90s by the time we got out that evening. But just a beautiful evening over at the mall. There's the fountain pool and the Washington Monument looking from. That's up on top of the Lincoln Memorial. So the second annual Babygrande Golf DC Classic is in the books. Phenomenal finish as Errol Shaw holds on for a one-stroke lead. Put himself in position with a 61 11 under par yesterday. He was one stroke off the lead coming in and goes out today and does just enough to hang on for his championship. Kate Roberts comes from behind as well as she overtook the leader early and then had to win it in a playoff with Rihanna Gunaratne. I think they're about ready for the interviews over at the players' tent, and as soon as they get those ready to roll, we'll head over there too. And here we go.
Golf. We are here with the boys DC Classic Division champion. Congratulations from the land down under. You pulled it off. My man, you shot an incredible round. Dave, what do you think?
Yeah, you had a really great week at 19 under. Did come into this final round one shot back, coming out on top by one.
Yeah, it feels pretty good, obviously, and I feel like I handled myself pretty good on the course. Had a few stumbles in the last 3 holes, but managed to get it done, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Sounds like a very humbled guy from the land down under over here. You did incredible out there. You were shooting lights out throughout the whole tournament, and you came back from behind in that second round, and you stayed at the top 5 throughout the final, and then boom, you pulled it off. Congratulations, young man. You got a nice piece of hardware right there. What do you think?
Yeah, the trophy is nice, and I'm more excited about the bag because my bag's about to tear right now. So I'm just happy I got a new bag this week. And yeah.
All right, we're gonna have to get Babygrande Golf bags next year. Okay, but enjoy that hardware, enjoy the bag, enjoy the win. What are you doing next?
Next I go back to India where I live right now, and then I go to England for the Arnie Boys, and then come back here for the Junior Players Championship.
There it is. All right, congratulations.
Good luck the rest of this year.
Thank you. You guys have.
All right, let's get Kate in here.
Gotta wait.
All right, so there was our boys champion of Errol Shaw. Now they're waiting on Kate Roberts. She's in the middle of another interview, and they're about ready to grab her, and then we'll give her opportunity to say a few words, and then we'll wrap things up for our coverage here from our nation's capital. Again, a big thanks to Babygrande Golf and Babygrande Productions, Chuck Wilson and his crew for everything they've done to bring us up here out of Kentucky to provide coverage. Working in cooperation with us, we're Cool TV out of Ashland, Kentucky, and branching out our third AJGA event that we've covered. The 2 down in Kentucky last year and this year with the Bellefonte Classic. A course that rather short, but rather tough as well. It guards itself and protects itself very well because of its way that it's structured. Although short, it plays much longer because of the way it's pretty much hillsides all the way through. But this golf course, a lot of fun to watch these kids go out here and shoot these low numbers. That's what makes it very entertaining. You see high numbers, sometimes it's like, well, that's not very good, and that doesn't say a lot about the kids. But today, I mean, this golf course, this whole entire week, it has been set up to let these kids go low and think low, and they did that, and they shot low all the way through. So fun to watch that all the way through this tournament for both the boys and the girls. I mean, it was just competitive golf all the way from start to finish. It was never a runaway to where it was just one player. You know, both winners last year won by the girls was an 8-stroke win. The boys was a 7-stroke win. Both of them record-breaking rounds. But this year we get a playoff in the girls, and then the boys wins it with a 2-putt at 18. So still waiting on Kate Roberts to finish up some other media obligations that she's dealing with the AJGA over by the players' tent. And then we'll get her and her words, and we'll wrap things up here. Beautiful look there at the shot back up from 16. The Washington Monument. The course was structured when it was built so that it lined up those finishing holes at 16 and 17, and then 7, 8, and 9 to where they're facing back toward the monument. And that's one of the things when I went out on the golf course when I came up and visited last month and got to see the course, and Tim Krebs drove me around and kind of gave me some history and showed me how things lined up here and everything. And that was one of the things he pointed out. And when I got behind it and was able to see the golf course with the monument there, I mean, it was just beautiful. And it's, you know, every green lined on those holes I mentioned lined right up toward that monument. And I was talking with Adams Cohen, the communications director for the AJGA for this tournament, and he was talking about the TrackMan technology that they have for some of the players, and they brought it out here and set it up, and he was able to do it. And the TrackMan put it right on top of the monument, and the kid looked at it and said, "That's pretty cool." So that's my natural ball hook. Anyway, so the flight was pretty cool, and brought it right in on top of the monument. All right, I think we're about ready for Kate Roberts. All right, so we'll head back over to the scores tent as Kate Roberts, our ladies champion, is with us now.
All right, Babygrande Golf. We are here with the 2024 DC Classic Girls Champion, Kate Roberts. Kate, it was a little scary down there 18. I don't know, but you were winning and leading all the way through almost. It was a little back and forth going with Isabel and Rihanna for second and third, but you stayed on top of that board for the whole 18 until Rihanna shot that super crazy birdie on 18. What happened?
Yeah, she was playing incredible coming down the stretch, and I know Rihanna, we're from the same area, so it was super great to be playing with her in the last group. And I think we both know, I wasn't checking the scoreboard, but I knew we were sort of tied, and she had to make that putt to tie with me, and I think she knew it too because she gave me a little smile. So it was crazy. She made 3 birdies in a row to end her round, and it was incredible playing from her.
Yeah, no, you were keeping them par, and I was like, she's holding on to that one shot lead. What did you think, Faith?
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, you did start this day 3 shots back, and when we were out there watching you and checking that live scoreboard, I mean, you looked like you were in such control out there. I mean, it was really impressive to watch.
Thank you. Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 17.
17. Wow, unbelievable. And what's next for you?
Next is just keep grinding, keep playing tournaments. I've still got a full summer season and maybe a fall season left ahead of me, and see what happens with recruitment and all.
All right, what do you think of that piece of hardware right there?
Really nice. I love the little monument on it. It's personalized and all. I really like it.
All right, well, have fun putting that one on the trophy case. I'm sure there's going to be much more to come from Kate Roberts, our DC Classic 2024 champion. Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats on a really great week.
Thank you.
All right, Babygrande Golf, we're out of here. We'll see you next year at the DC Classic. Next up, Stanford.
All right, so Kate Roberts, our girls champion, as they wrap up with her over at the Scores tent. Before we wrap up things here, I've got to get a hat tip to my Cool TV crew this week who's been with us the entire week long and has done so much amazing work. But Felicia Collier was one of our camera operators. Trey Collier was your director. Jeff Irwin, our executive producer and our technical engineer. Rachel Irwin, Katie Irwin, Emmy Irwin, and Sarah Irwin, all with us with cameras and support staff. Jacob Hankins, Taylor Gammon, and Cam Bryan out on the cameras work as well. But we greatly appreciate all of my crew. Like I said, they made my job easy. All I had to do was sit here and talk. And I know some people didn't think that was important, but it was something that I had to do either way. But with Trey and Jeff, they made that very, very easy. A big hat tip to the AJGA for another phenomenal event that they put together. And, of course, Babygrande and Chuck Wilson and his staff for everything that they've done to put together this tournament. It was a very fun tournament. These kids played out, and this golf course here at the East Potomac Golf Links certainly played out as well. That's going to do it for our coverage here from the nation's capital. Again, a hat tip to my entire crew, Felicia Collier, Trey Collier, Jeff Irwin, Rachel Irwin, Katie Irwin, Emmy Irwin, Sarah Irwin, Jacob Hankins, Taylor Gammon, and Cam Bryan, as well as all of our great folks at the AJGA for everything they helped us out with this week, and Chuck Wilson from Babygrande Golf and his crew. For everyone at Cool TV and Babygrande Golf, this is James Collier saying so long from Washington, D.C. and the 2024 Babygrande Golf DC Classic.